Maybe I could put together small things that power big ideas. Yes! I can tell real stories without language. Red flags, not on my watch. I can help people see green. Or I could see the big picture and bring it to life. Or I could solve the mysteries of medicine. I believe these 6 steps are crucial for policy making. I can make policies that stick without the red tape. I think I'll figure it out here.
I think the perfect way to decide how to succeed would be discovering what creative freedom is really like.
I think one word that best describes CFT is laboratory. In the laboratory, you have all the resources that we need. There was something about this that was just so radically different from every other design school that I went to, like projects and technology, and I felt like, wow. We focus on product design, interior design, communication design, strategic design management, fashion communication and styling, fashion design, and of course VFX and animation.
I do see Parsons in instinct. I can see that Parsons DNA in the curriculum, in the classes, in the student outcomes. To this endless electives, which give them the opportunity for a design student to do stocks and for a management student to do product design.
It's very important to find a career by technology, entrepreneurship, and design skills they need. I love COVID. I love the exposure that we get here.
Because Atlas is located so centrally in a central economy, they have a very, very strong industry network.
Every 2 or 3 weeks, we've got industry professionals coming in, we've got meetings, we've got Zoom sessions, we've got workshops.
I think the most recent example would be the roundtable conference that has happened with the leaders and specialists that were all there together. I mean, a lot of our teachers themselves are very distinguished members of the industry.
After year 1, they do an observership. After year 2, they do an apprenticeship. And then after year 3, they do an internship. And in the last year, during the program,
but some of us are very punctual. So thank you, those of you who are here on time. Our WDO hour was supposed to start at 11 sharp, but one of the WDO leaders will not be here. So what we have decided is to make it a 45-minute session based on a 15 minutes segment, like 3 segments of 15 minutes each. In the meantime, please feel free to talk with each other, network, feel free to network. So we will start exactly at 11:15ish. Alright, so thank you all for being here. And I'm Samrat. I'll be your host for the day. So see you in 10 minutes.
make it. So our WDO hour will be WDO 45 minutes. So you have 15 minutes to settle down, and we'll start at 11:15. Thank you.
I could help companies stay on the right side of the law and look good doing it. I would like to bring this to the attention of the court. Please allow this. What's the rate? It's already 1.4 billion. See with the stats of opportunities for many countries China. Or be my own boss and start my own company. Maybe I could put together small things that power big ideas. I can tell real stories without clickbait. Red flags, not on my watch. I can help people see green. Or I could see the big picture and bring it to life. Or I could solve mysteries of medicine. I believe that these 6 steps are crucial for policy making. I can make policies that stick without the red tape. I think I'll figure it out here.
Namaste. Welcome to Westmark Mega Factory, where you will discover a revolution in doors and frames. Our doors are a complete system. They include the doors, the frames, handles, hardwares, and all other installation accessories, all put together, making it truly a world-class solution. At Westmark, we don't just make a door, but a super door, which offers superior protection, aesthetics, and finish. With Westmark Super Doors, we want to put doors
A very good afternoon to the changemakers, leaders, disruptors for being here at Design Open On. Part of Bengaluru Design Week, a gathering of founders, innovators, creators, business and creative disruptors, reshaping human experience. Let's own this day. You own this moment by making it all the way from Ottawa, New York, San Diego, and many, many Bangalores. Let's have a big hand for all of you. Design Open is a knowledge and value creation network and an initiative of Spread Design and Innovation, member of World Design Organization. It is a global network and platform catalyzing conversations with leaders at the forefront of design, innovation, culture and creativity, and entrepreneurship, which we call TAISI. Now in its 10th year, after 9 successful seasons across 5+ cities, Design Open is a watering hole for all of us to gather and open up possibilities. It's an initiative of Spread. Centered in the heart of India's hub of creative innovation, Mumbai, Atlas ISDI School of Design and Innovation stands at the intersection of art, design, entrepreneurship, and technology. Atlas ISDI enables, engages, and empowers today's youth to redesign the future of the world through design, impact, and innovation. We thank Atlas ISDI School of Design and Innovation for being a patron for Design Open Home. The Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Bengaluru, 4th best university in India by NIRF 2024, is a vast and open flagship campus of MAHE in vibrant Bengaluru. It's a multiversity where disciplines intertwine, perspectives expand, and students immerse themselves in transformative educational experience. With 9 institutes shaping diverse futures, it fosters a seamless blend of scholarship, research, and real-world impact. MAHE Bengaluru transcends boundaries through experiential learning, embracing global perspectives, and championing sustainability. We thank MAHE Bengaluru for being a patron of Design Open Home. Westmark Super Doors is redefining the category, bundling door frame and hardware into one robust solution. A German-engineered door system, Bharat-made and crafted with materials and machinery sourced from Europe. We thank Westmark Super Doors for being a patron for this event. With the promise to innovate and excel as a premium destination for beer enthusiasts, social connoisseurs, and lovers of the craft, Indian Craft Brewery is not just about great beer, it's a vibrant cultural institution to be your true and happy self. We thank Indian Craft Brewery for being a patron of this event. And of course, a big thank you to ADI for making this day a part of Bangalore Design Week. We thank Squadron Graphics India Private Limited for helping us create multiple beautiful assets for this event on ground. Today, we meet the President and Board Member of World Design Organization, listen to talk by powerful leaders who understand the transformational power of design, join 6 exceptional workshops from 4:30 p.m., shop from 5 brands that help you connect the dots between nature, culture, and future at the pop-up marketplace, which we call the Good Shop. In the evening, we will have the design night with 1 hour dedicated to brilliant soulful films with stories from across the country and music performances by 6 artists, with one of them from the UK joining us for this event. I, Samrat, will be your host. Everyone from the Spread team will be your co-hosts. Today, this space will be an unoffice, this event will be an unconference, and it will be an unusual place with a chance to meet unusual people and open up possibilities. Apologies if it's not business as usual. Dr. Thomas Garvey, President of the World Design Organization, is an award-winning design leader specializing in industrial design, extreme environments, urban density, and global design education. As a student and professional from the early years, he always had a great admiration for World Design Organization. But it was only when he got involved with WDO did he come to know of the power and impact of the organization. Having worked in Canada, US and Japan, he brings with himself a diversity of experiences. But what's more interesting than that, in his own words, is him being here today in India with us all, to meet you and getting involved to learn something new and exchange new ideas. We welcome you, sir. And also, we welcome sir's better half, Junko Arikizumi. I hope that I pronounced it right. We request Sonia, our co-founder, to welcome Thomas sir and Junko ma'am with the token of our appreciation. Sonia Manchanda, board member, WDO, creator of Design Barn, co-founder of Spread and curator of Design Gopi, applies design and strategy for sustainable innovation. She advocates for excellence, entrepreneurship, and collaborations to drive meaningful change. She practices and believes in the power of big things from wherever you are. In today's WDO Hour, divided into 3 segments of 15 minutes each, we will learn about WDO and design at the scale of our world, followed by a conversation between Sonia and Thomas, and then learn about Spread's role in imagination design impacting the nation and world at large. And of course, please do own the session with your questions and reflections. Let's give it away with a big round of applause for Thomas Garvey, Sonia Manchanda, and the World Design Organization Hour. Over to you, sir.
Hello, everybody. So thankful for all the technicians. Testing, how are we? Oh, there we go. Great. This one. Hello, everybody. Sonia, thank you. What a pleasure to be here. I wanted to say what a pleasure to be here, but actually what a pleasure to be back. I think this is my 3rd visit to Design Open, probably my 5th or 6th visit to Barn. And every time it's been new, exciting, different, and diverse. And I was looking yesterday for a little bit of a profile on the attendees today. It was just so exciting to realize the diversity of people who are here today, from industry leaders to designers, UI people, researchers. So I hope what I'm going to share with you today relates a bit to all of us. I'm going to present a very brief overview of the World Design Organization and our activities, but I really want to end with something far more important, and that's a chance for me to learn. We want to have a dialogue. We want to have discussion. I've made some basic assumptions based on my very limited experience with India, but I'm hoping you'll help me with those. You'll help me learn, you'll help me broaden my understanding. I believe we have great opportunities, immense opportunities between the World Design Organization and India. So as you know, we're an international voice for industrial design, and we advocate, promote, and share knowledge of design-driven innovation that has the power to create a better world, which is our logo. We strive to ensure, of course, that design is used ethically and effectively to address social, economic, and environmental challenges. We are a large global community that promotes the spirit of open collaboration, which is why it's so nice to be here today with all of you across multiple disciplines and continents. We connect now through our membership to about 500,000 designers around the world. And we have 225 members, 40 countries, across 5 pillars: the professional pillars, promotional pillars, educational, corporate, and even now, municipalities. I think it's safe to say that WDO is the only global platform which connects key stakeholders across all these pillars. There are many organizations that connect education people, or corporates, or promotional people. I think we're the only one that connects all of us together to advance our common interests and to facilitate innovative design-led solutions. If you look at our membership from last year, in 2023, you'll see that the large majority come from Asia and Europe. In terms of sectors, our educational sector is by far the largest group, with about 2/3 of our members being educational members. That's why we're here today and why we think it's so important talking to corporate people. We need your advice, we need your consultation, and you're working together to advance the areas of education as well. We have an amazing board. You'll see we have at the moment 2 board members from India. Our president-elect, Pradum Vivius, who you all know from CII, and after 10 years of directing design at NID, will assume the presidency in September in London this year. And of course, Sonia, who's here, one of our most active and engaging members across all sectors, from entrepreneurship to branding, design, practice, promotion. We're such a privilege, Sonia, to have you with us. But you'll also see the diversity of our board. We have government people from Korea, from Taiwan. We have intellectual leaders in the education space and research space from Italy, promotional people from Mexico, corporate leaders from Andrew World in Spain and from Braun in Germany. Programming is at the heart of our mission. It's the heart of all we do. You might know some of these programs already. I'm going to touch a little bit on a few of them just to give you an idea, but we work basically in the support and collaboration of our members and partners, and we produce a variety of these programs together. We generally get together our 3-day event is our General Assembly every second year, which now, starting 2 years ago, has a new research and education forum as well. But we empower members to set operational directions for WDO, and at that point we elect our leadership. We have the World Design Impact Prize, which is a biennial design award recognizing industrial design-driven projects that improve quality of life. We have World Industrial Design Day, which is an annual International Day of Observance celebrated on 29th of June, which is the day of the founding of our former ICSID, the International Council of Societies of Industrial Design, which is now the World Design Organization. Our interdesigns are 2-week workshops that address local problems of international appeal. The idea is that we want to work with experts in the local area on problems that have international significance. How do we manage water in Mexico, for example, taught us how we can manage water in many other places around the world. During COVID, we were challenged with the idea that we couldn't get together as we used to, and so we created a new program called the World Design Challenges, which became online, virtual interdesigns, basically. Also held over 2 weeks, they are virtual workshops that bring together volunteers and participants and leadership teams based in any region of the world. Because of the online and virtual environment, we could have a 24-hour cycle. So we work on the problem, let's say, for a few hours or half of a day in North America. We would end our day and pass it off to Europe, they would end their day and pass it off to India, and it would go around the world. So by the time we woke up in the morning, there had been 24 hours of development on the projects. And so instead of having a normal 2-week event of days, we had a 2-week event of days and nights and 24-hour periods. So really quite successful. We worked with UN Women, International Space Station, NASA in the US, and with the World Packaging Organization. World Design Talks are a one-day workshop which likes to mimic the inter-design in a one-day environment. These are much smaller levels of participation, but we can do them faster and more actively and more of them. The World Design Capital Program, which I think you're all familiar with, designates a new city every 2 years. And this is a very prestigious designation. It's highly competitive and recognizes cities for their effective use of design to improve the overall quality of life here meaningfully for their citizens. We've had 10 World Design Capital designations to date, with the last one being Frankfurt Rhine-Main to start in 2026. But we started with Torino and Seoul. For example, we had in the Seoul World Design Capital Program the designation of the first Dongdaemun Design Plaza, which is a large public design institution in Seoul. In Helsinki, for example, following the designation, they appointed the first chief design officer for the city of Helsinki. The most recent one in San Diego, Tijuana, was our first binational designation. So imagine the challenge of doing the World Design Capital across the US and Mexico border, and all the benefits we had of learning from that. Frankfurt Rhine-Main has its complexes as well. Excitingly, we've brought together 27 communities and 27 mayors from the Frankfurt region. So Frankfurt Rhine-Main represents 27 different municipalities that are going to work together. This is a map you'll see here of where they all are. We are certainly looking forward in the future to the World Design Capital in India as well. In terms of return on investment and just simple impact, two of our World Design Capital programs had quite significant audits and economic impact studies. In Cape Town, South Africa, we learned that we received almost 3 rand for every rand spent. Our most recent one, these are the figures coming from the municipality itself. So these are figures, for example, coming from the city of Valencia, and they believe that for every euro they spent with public administration, they got 5.7 euros of income that was generated for the citizens of the region. Excitingly, as you all know, we are now moving into a much more exciting and larger program that expanded from World Design Capital, and that's the World Design Pertopolis. The first one was designated here in Bangalore. I'm looking at it and I see Jacob Matthew with us today. Thank you for being here and for the efforts of many years to develop this new program. It's a very visionary version and expansion of the World Design Capital Program, and we very much look forward to all the things that it will produce. We're using the word Pertopolis, meaning it will be exactly that, a prototype. And we won't be copying other places, but rather we'll learn from it here how to do it the same way or in different formats in other places around the world. We have a program called the Young Designers Circle, which is an international collective of young designers with a mission to build, engage, and leverage interdisciplinary networks. They're also at the point where we're using them to empower both young designers, but also to inform our General Assembly and the kinds of things that we need to be doing in the future to maintain good engagement with young people. We have a number of WDO member events around the world. We regularly provide endorsements and guidance for members on activities annually. We have a number of global partnerships, and we're very proud to build strong partnerships with some of the world's most important international organizations, as you see here. So, to the part where I can learn from you, and you might be asking too, why India and why now? And I'm going to talk about 3 things that I think are really interesting to WDO and what we're learning about India. And through our discussions later, Sonia, and the conversation and your presentations, we'll flesh this out a little bit more. But we recognize, not only in the world, but within our organization, there's a shift in the center of gravity of design potential in the world. As an organization, we were founded in Europe. And for the first 20 years, most of our members and most of our influence was in Europe. That started to shift and moved to North America for a period. It now is somewhat more global, but we're actually realizing, based on our demographics, technology, and culture, we realize that before too long, it's going to shift again radically. You can imagine some of the regions of the world where that might be possible. India, by far, is certainly one of the most important ones that we're looking at. And what that means, so I've got here kind of points that we've observed and then things we might think that we understand about India and how we can work together to move this all forward. India's rich design heritage and cultural diversity, its entrepreneurial foundations, we think can have a global influence in collaboration with our global network. But the point here is that we're talking about scale. We're dealing with scales here that are unseen previously in the world, and the scale itself becomes the potential. I understand, just learned yesterday, you have at least 2,300 design institutions, for example, producing or graduating 100,000 designers a year to enter the workforce. Another one is that technology in general, but AI in particular, challenges now the basic assumptions of education and how we train people for industry, practice, and leading us into the future. There was a time, I'm in the education environment myself. I've been an educator for 20 years. I direct the School of Industrial Design at Carleton University. And as one of the strongest schools in North America, we were rated always in the top 10. Our job was basically to train students for industry to a degree, meaning they need to get to work and they need to be able to go to work on Monday morning. But we don't want them to train them so much that they're fitting a template of somebody else's. So they're capable, they're contributing, but they're also becoming industry, and they transform industry themselves through their growth in the industry. What's happening now is the universities are having a challenge doing that, particularly with the advent of AI. Everything we do about curricular development, curricular planning, our work with training students for industry has been turned upside down. We're actually looking backwards a lot. We're trying to understand how to manage it. You can imagine all the challenges with simply a professor saying, I'm going to present a lecture, let me present you some information, and a student having access to far more information than they can ever present to them. How do you examine somebody in this kind of environment? How do you begin to do quality control on assignments that are turned in, or student work? How do you lead students into a better future when they're sometimes a step ahead of you? And so we think this is a huge opportunity for industry to help us understand how we need to train people again for industry. The advantage there, of course, is that they will get a better student, a better young designer that fits the model where they want to go in the future. Now, I just learned recently, thank you Sonia for sharing with me an article, newspaper article, but in principle, here in India, there is political support, and of course political support both legitimizes what you do and provides leverage for you to do it. This was an article that was from August 2024, and the idea that design in India, design for the world from the Prime Minister, and I believe there was US $10 billion dedicated toward this initiative. So as I say, in principle, I don't know much about the political system, but in principle, there is at least a public awareness of the importance of design and the need to develop design more holistically here. I stole this word, I've heard it used I think 3 times this morning. I learned this from Sonia yesterday. We were talking about different ways to say that designers need to be responsible. We need to move forward, we need to take risks. But the idea here, I think that what you said was that we have to own it. We have to own our shifts, we have to own our opportunities, we have to own the future. And so I think there's a sense here that thinking and that ability certainly exists here in India. And it's very nice to see that a number of people around the world are now using
una missió clau, i és precisament ser capaç de millorar la vida de les persones.
Me parece fantástico que sea esta organización mundial la que pone el diseño en el centro, diría, de un país cada 2 años.
La palabra que defina Valencia, yo creo que calle.
Yo diría luz.
Creatividad.
Yo a Valencia la veo viva.
Diría que Valencia es insólita.
La primera sería equilibrio.
Y otra palabra sería el caos.
Verda e innovadora.
Los retos que debe abordar el diseño pertenecen mucho a la nueva forma de vivir
council, and from tradition to transformation. What a beautiful and informative audiovisual on Valencia. So now we will move to a conversation between Sonia and Thomas, which will have us question and discuss about some of the very important things about World Design Organization and the larger scene of design in India and the world. Let us welcome Thomas sir and Sonia on stage.
Thomas, welcome once again. Everyone, welcome once again. You know, with Valencia, and since Thomas ended there, there is a 45-minute documentary that you must see on the impact of design in Valencia. And what was interesting, and I've actually been there and I've worked with Andrew World, who's one of the members of WDO, and so are we as Fred, members of WDO. With Andrew World, what happened was that we saw in that organization design is in everything. It's in logistics, it's in everything. And because it's in everything, and also in Valencia design is in everything, which is when Dana happened. And it was a failure from the top, you know, to inform people in enough time. When there was a flash flood, they could actually bounce back really fast. And we forget that design helps build resilience. And we don't talk about that, and we look at design as a very superficial sort of thing. And, you know, while at the WDO level, we are talking of design for a better world, really, design in India is still seen as a very nebulous idea that is not yet mature. You know, and therefore we are not able to leverage it well enough. So, I mean, you know, at one level we are talking about design for a better world, you know, and at another level we are still very fuzzy about what design could mean for India. Could you help us a little bit with that? How can we gain greater maturity of design, maturity of the understanding of design in our country?
That's an interesting word, nebulous. It's, you know, design is like, you can say success, you can say wealth, you can say happiness. I think design, the word design is nebulous in some forms, but in other forms it's purposely broad to allow for potential. So if we take the nebulous side, how do we work on that? I mean, if you think about it, if it didn't come naturally from nature, it's design. I mean, there's nothing in this world that has not been designed. So everybody's designing every day. I mean, biologists design, physicists design. So the word is broad enough to have that capacity for opportunity. But as designers, we become very, very good at it. I think to answer your question, to make it less nebulous is to make it more manifest, to demonstrate it, to make it real. It's not just a word anymore. It's people's experience with an environment, or people's experience with a product, people's experience.
There, do you feel that? I mean, for Thomas's benefit, does anybody feel that we do understand design at a system strategy level? Yes? Yes? How many yeses? We do understand it? Oh, you're very optimistic. So the recipe, we don't understand it at that level. And we don't talk about it at that level. And I think, look at the numbers of students who are beginning to sort of graduate. Maybe we have an opportunity to put these new kinds of designers out to understand it at that level. What would be your comment on that?
Without knowing India in particular, I would say if I was thinking logically about a systems approach, the places where systems approaches become absolutely necessary just to function is in areas of complexity. As soon as you get complexity, you need systems thinking. When things are simple, you don't. So if I was to say, I don't know where in the world, but let me look around the world and see where are things most complex, societally, culturally, in terms of diversity. I would think India is surely
the top of the list. And so I would just say, as a logical thing, I would expect a better understanding of systems approaches in a place like India.
So Deepa says something interesting about how we like to do the really difficult things. We don't like to do the basic, easy things. So I think in that sense, design at the systems level, maybe we can embrace it because it is far more complex. Additionally, I have something else to ask you. At the CII Design Summit, we heard a lot about the fact that in India, at the grassroots level, where people are really connected to the problems on the ground, everybody has an idea, you know? And how do we take that human ingenuity, and I'm just seeing how we can flow through the day, you know, so the conversation is going to go to frugal innovation, so that capacity for human ingenuity and frugal innovation is there, you know. So at one level, how can we use that capacity, you know, and think of design at the scale of 1 and at the scale of 1.4 billion, and then impact the scale of 8 billion. Is that perhaps an opportunity for us? What are your reflections on that? I'm just trying to tell you a little bit about the context of India and, you know, get your advice on.
So we're back to scale again. If you say everybody has an idea, everybody in Canada has an idea, and everybody in Denmark has an idea, but there's not that many of us. So ideas, in a sense, and it's not that all ideas are good ideas. Ideas suffer the same evolutionary pressures, kind of a Darwinian pressure that the bad ideas will die and the good ideas will survive, and upon them you'll build better ideas. So the difference is that if you're seeing that as an evolutionary approach to an idea becoming something good, obviously the more ideas, the faster you have is going to be an advantage, because then you learn quickly the mistakes. You'll change it more quickly. So simply the scale will provide you with both faster failing and then faster winning, I would think.
So maybe we can tell especially the World Design Organization member institutions to work a lot more with the grassroots level in terms of developing ideas and, you know, getting more of them out there and seeing whatever fails, but whatever succeeds can really succeed at a crazy level. So to your example of limes the other day, you know, you said you met somebody in Valencia who supplies limes to the world.
And that's where the policy part comes in. The policy is the restriction, but the enabler of you choosing from all the best things to do, what you should do first. As I mentioned earlier, the newspaper article here in India, it also provides legitimacy. The policy provides legitimacy for you if you do what the policy wants you to do. And then it provides resources, funding, and potential to increase what you want to do. So it's kind of and you're quite right, we're working on that right now at the WDO with Professor Vias. I know you're interested in that, and I'm interested in helping us develop that policy for design, but yeah, it's something we're working on. It's a double-edged sword.
So I think we'll turn it over to the audience and ask if you have any questions. Any questions, any reflections?
So there's a lot of conversation that going around design thinking. What's the appropriate age to talk about design? I mean, we have schools where somebody talks about design thinking for kids that are in 3rd grade. So, I mean, we are in that space, so we understand the challenges of first getting teachers to understand even before kids understand that. But what's the right age to talk about this whole process of empathizing and then?
Design, the concept of design thinking, the term design thinking was really interesting, but it was an odd concept to designers when it first evolved. That's like saying biological thinking or scientific thinking, or, I mean, as designers we think. We We don't design think, we think. But design thinking is, in my opinion, that notion that way of thinking can be learned, can be spread, can be shared, as your example is with young children, with our partners in business. So in my opinion, I'll give you another example which is a little bit similar. Maybe 25 years ago, in public spaces you could find a defibrillator everywhere. Public malls, libraries, subway stops. And suddenly we realized, oh wow, if something happens here, thank goodness there's somebody can do something easy enough to help me make my life that much better. That's design thinking. But when it comes time for heart surgery, I don't think I want the security guy from the mall doing my surgery. I want a designer. And so design thinking is that capacity to share what we do as experts with those people who are not expert in a very positive, forward-moving, collaborative, open-minded way. What's a good age? Well, all ages. Lifelong learning, I mean, the idea that you only learn for a certain period and stop is just not credible to lifelong learning.
I'm Deepa Prahalad, and as a teacher, when I thought about design, it was giving children a way, letting children give a form to their imagination. When a child saw a kite, he was fascinated, he stared at it. But how do you get him to put what is going on in his mind onto paper or to create something? And when you are able to piece that together, that is about design. And it doesn't mean there is no age relation to that. It can come at any form, at any time.
I would agree with both of you.
Thomas, you've been a couple of times to India, so I'm kind of curious based on what you said. What is the kind of unique contribution that India can make to the world design community? What is the kind of masala that we have that could kind of spruce up, for example, innovation, right? So India said, well, there's a different way of innovating that we call through innovation that kind of enriched the global kind of narrative around what is innovation. So in the same way, is there a kind of Indian way of designing that you observe that could add to the repertoire of designers worldwide that could benefit all countries in the world?
There are so many, I would say if I had to pick one from the first day I arrived in India, was the unbelievable access to technology that every person here seems to have. I mean, it took a long time for us to all get a mobile phone, and some people still don't have. The man driving my car is selling me watermelons, wherever, they're connected. How did you make that leapfrog from, so it seems to be this inherent, you were speaking before about self-reliance or independence, diving in this, but that what struck me remarkably, that everybody was so quickly connected to what is modern and new, in their own capacity, so to speak. So that demonstrates either an open-mindedness, a willingness to accept new things, a willingness to be moving forward all the time. I mean, we were joking about I took a bunch of photographs of people on the backs of scooters holding panes of glass, different things, and talking on the phone. And the driver's on the phone, and his passenger's on the phone, and they're mingling in traffic, and my driver's on the phone. And I just thought, for me, like, I'd make a phone call, I kind of turn the lights off, turn the sound off, and go to my bedroom and make a call. That would be my first impression.
Hi, I was in San Diego recently and attended the Don Norman Awards. And during the awards, I couldn't help feeling that he was 20 years late to the party. And the reason was, I think, UNIDO and ICSID back in '77 had organized a conference called Design for Development. And if you go back even further to maybe 65 years ago, the Eames report actually put in a case for design being socially inclined. And it seems to be that the rest of the world is just catching up. And I feel that this collaboration between what is WDO now and the Indian design community has always been in the social impact space. So I'd just like to know what you think about it.
I agree completely. So I had the pleasure of participating. I'm going to apologize. I can't remember if it was 60 or 50 but the anniversary on that declaration at NID some years ago, the same thing. I mean, 50, 60 years ahead of us in that sense, right? So there is that sense that it has been here, that awareness is here. Is that a problem of public awareness around the world and dissemination of information? That I remember coming and going through the Ames exhibit at NID and seeing all the work that was paralleled here in India and feeling the same thing. I think Don Norman was here for that visit as well, for that celebration of the declaration.
But then, okay, so brings you back to Design Open, and the reason why we do this whole thing is so that we talk about these things. I think it's just there in these small circles, that knowledge, and and it's, people say it and we say it, but it's, that conversation is only in those small circles, I think. That's the problem with design, in my view.
Right. I take a couple of questions back. One gentleman asked about his third semester student, child, I believe. This is in context of design, how receptive we Indians are in terms of recepting design as a field. I see that the design is introduced in Indian youth at the age of around 18 when they are passing out from their 12th standard or they're starting for the graduation. That's the largest number of exposure for the fine art students or the design students who are getting engaged with the design industry altogether. The question here is that India has taken about 50 years to bring art to the kindergarten level or take it to the kindergarten level. What is it that World Design Organization can help us bring design from 18 years to bring it down to maybe 5 or 6 or maybe 7 or 8 years, bring it down to the schools where we can actually start giving them the design exposure, design thinking or design solutioning. The seed could be sown at that age, so that by the time they are at 18, they are very well exposed to the concept. They don't have to spend time to grasp the basics of the design. They are pretty well trained to that, and then from there they can be nurtured with great experts like you and others to take the design industry to the next level.
Well, firstly, when I hear how can WDO support or help? Remember, WDO is simply a network of people, a network of members. And so if you look at all the projects we do, the first thing I would say is bring us the topic, let's organize the forum, get people from around the world. Who are the experts, who are the novices, what do we need to do this, what kind of fundamental research do we need to do first? And let's have this conversation. So we're not a dispensary in a sense. We're an ability to coordinate and network people together. That also comes back to your idea of policy.
Yes, I was mentioning that actually the policy framework we're working on, we're actually looking at schools, we're looking at even funding, we're looking at social impact, we're looking at the rural level, and we're trying to expand it as much as possible so that it's not limited.
Just one small word on education. I mean, as an educator, I learned that every person in this world wants to contribute to the society. At every age, we talked about whether it's the children playing and wanting to participate in design and create, to the university student that I'm most familiar with, but everybody simply wants to contribute. And the degree to which they're either appreciated or encouraged is where you get success. And a lot of our systems don't encourage, don't support. They evaluate, they administer, they put these limitations. So to that answer, I mean, I would say just the idea of working together. The example are the World Design Talks as a start, the World Design Challenges, the World Design Interdesigns. Are all opportunities where we could have these kinds of conversations.
Good morning. I'm here.
That will have to be the last comment.
I would like to understand what is the relationship between design and strategy, and how do you integrate these two to drive higher education initiatives, higher education institutions across the world? That's my question.
I feel somewhat a similarity between the word policy and strategy, only in the sense that they're both frameworks. So to me, the link between strategy and design is strategy is the control system for managing diversity, managing chaos. Design is chaotic, and strategy is helping manage the chaos.
Hi, this is Prof.
I think we'll have to wrap up now, just stay on time. Thank you.
We can lots of time to talk during the breaks.
We talk. So the whole idea is for it to be very conversational and flat, but we'll have to take the time out elsewhere to talk. So we've just triggered the questions now. So I think, thank you, Thomas. I'm going to share. So the idea was that we would actually, as members of the World Design Organization, share a little bit about what we do, why we do it this way, why we chose to be members, and we'd like for you to help us spread the word to get more people on board so the conversation can expand. My metaphor, and our metaphor at Spread, for what we can do as designers, and our role really is the fact that we are compassionate and we care about things, and that makes us like that big elephant over there. So this compassionate, caring, it makes us bigger than we think we are in our capacity to care for things. Our ability to create scenarios, again as designers, and it's actually human capacity. So to Becky, your point of what age should you learn? Children, and even the caveman knew that creating scenarios is what keeps you safe. So it's not about making things first, it's about creating those scenarios, And you create the scenarios, and that's what gives you that creative capacity is what gives you wings. And then all of the new technology that we have available to us today, that really is the wind beneath our wings, to be able to carry people, everyone, into whole new worlds of possibilities. And I think in India we do that well. We go beyond the obvious and we are able to imagine the unobvious. And I think we need to realize that beyond being graphic designers, communication designers, product designers, interaction designers, we need to be imagination designers. Because, well, there is a call from our Prime Minister and there is our capacity, and we need to not self-limit. And to add to that, what is it? What is design? It's the ability to, for us to catalyze the incubation of, a problem or an opportunity, to be able to come up with an idea, to be able to take all of that information and be the catalyst to help converge to a powerful idea, and then, which is amazing, which is maybe a combination of a bunch of old ideas, but presented in a new way, maybe taking something from our culture, embracing the future, and then being able to actually implement it. So another difference between design and strategy is design gets things done, And And so, to be able to do that as spread, one of the things we felt is that we need to be able to own the future. So we need to create our own white elephant. So this is our white elephant, to be able to own that future. A place to be able to bring together people in academia, governance, industry, be a platform. Let design be just that catalyst in the middle, making things happen, shaking up things, and to be able to sort of remember that we are nature. We are always fundamentally connected with nature. Sustainability is not something we talk about, it's something we live. So it's something we are. Nature is something we are. So this is one of the spaces we have, and I invite you to also visit that space. And what I'm talking about is us spread as an ecosystem, and being WDO member is just part of that entire need to, be able to make a big difference. And of course, Design Open becomes part of that. A lot of you have been either Design Open speakers, or I met somebody who was there at the Design Open in Hyderabad, and it's about conversations. It's about us collectively creating cultures, shaping cultures, creating the next together. So Design Open really is that, to be able to own nature, future, culture in the right ways. So it's a value and knowledge creation network that we have. You're all a part of it when you come here. And looking at how with design we can create the new, we can embrace new technology, new things, make a difference with creativity and culture, and also be entrepreneurial. So what we do here is we really go from the physical to digital, strategy and craft. Interestingly, there was a conversation we were having at a board meeting of a design institution, and there was this argument between, today do we need to really train young students in skill, because AI is going to do everything, so they should be good with the thinking, and design thinking is such a great thing. But you see, after a point it was sort of getting to me that design after all is craft. And unfortunately in our country we've never had a DIY culture. So craft is for the craftspeople. But we don't appreciate it, we don't put in enough attention to detail to be able to, whether it's a tech product or a physical product, the craft is required. So I had to say that, when A.R. Rahman is invited onto a stage, he doesn't go there and do music thinking. So design thinking is just a way to get there. And so to be able to go from the physical to the digital strategy to craft. When you do that, you can explore possibilities. So this is a system we've created where we have ideas. And these are some of the verticals we have. This is just for you to get an understanding of us and our desire to transcend the limits of design, or the supposed limits of design. So we have verticals in strategy, design, in digital, in film. We work with data, we do work with art. And we believe that before we do any of that, when we work with either industry or governance, we first have to be the human radar, sensing the shifts, decoding emergence, reading the environment, analyzing threats, and being able to be the ones who accelerate change. Look at this pace at which change is happening in our country. It's like you're building the aircraft while you're flying, and we need to be the navigators. So, which is where we talk about the radar as our research system that we create, and we believe that we help to make sense. We believe we can only be the catalyst to be able to take things from a place of authentic intent to creative impact. And this can be a masterclass for another day, but that's the path we follow. And we, as design, we can be catalysts to be able to look at, everyone. We can look at nature, we can look at culture, we can look at profit, we can look at purpose, and we bring all of that together by following a certain path. And why that path? That path is really, there is so much that is senseless. Can we take that, can we make it sensible? Can we make it sensitive a little bit higher? Can we make it sensorial and exciting, and can therefore do things which are really sensational? Because design in the future is strategy, because experience is currency. Next generation cares about experience. So that really, if we understand the shift that's happening and enable that shift to be able to design behaviors, redesign behaviors, create new markets. In our work, we've done this work with millets, catalyze movements, develop brands, shape ecosystems, redesign products. These are some of the things we can do. Where do we do them? At the scale of schools, at the scale of hospitals, universities, airports, and that's where we want to engage with WDO and see, can we bring that kind of impact to our country at the scale of villages? Just yesterday we had a conversation about villages, and can we bring design into the DNA of the villages to be able to empower the next generation. So some of that, to be able to then reboot in a lot of ways, to be able to imagine and to reboot your own thinking. The possibilities are all there. It's about rebooting, then reimagining, then revitalizing nature, reviving culture. Somebody just walked in a beautiful sari, and with Tanera we had this nice discussion about why are we working on saris. Young people are stopping to wear them. We said it's not about reviving, but it's about reviving. The sari, which is such a beautiful garment, and therefore that's their purpose to exist. So reviving culture in many ways, owning the future, to be able to regenerate the ecology, society, economy, and therefore design for a better world. And when we design for a better world, we start from where? We start from design in India, and we believe that with some imagination, collectively, we can be a design nation. Yeah, and then we can charge out. I'm sure everybody knows what that means. It means spread. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sonia, for triggering actions that does not self-limit us, and for the great journey of ideas via the questions in the Q&A session with Professor Thomas. And this talk also paves the way for our keynote session by Navi Radjou, the frugal economy. So I'll tell you a little bit about our keynote speaker. Navi Radjou is a French-American innovation and leadership scholar. He is ranked by Thinkers 50 as one of the most 50 influential management thinkers in the world. His new book, The Frugal Economy, A Guide to Building a Better World with Less, shows how businesses and nations can maximize human potential and social well-being within our planetary boundaries. Growing up frugally in Pondicherry, Navi embraced a simple lifestyle without complaining. Now living very minimally, he prioritizes purpose over wealth, focusing on impactful work instead of high-paying gigs. His cataract surgery in India inspired him to see the climate crisis as an opportunity for local bottom-up solutions promoting a frugal, resource-efficient socio-ecological system. Navi thinks India can leverage frugal innovation to accelerate sustainable development goals, closing a $2.5 trillion investment gap. Through ingenuity and wisdom, India can help achieve that global unity and progress. Today, in his keynote session, we will learn about frugal economy and how to build a better world with less. We today are also joined by Deepa Prahalad. After his keynote in 20 minutes, this conversation will be triggered with questions by Deepa ma'am. Deepa ma'am is an author and consultant with a focus on using design to improve professional and social impact. She has co-authored Predictable Magic, which was selected by Fast Company as one of the best design books of the year. She is a frequent contributor to Harvard Business Review and was ranked 34 on the inaugural Thinkers 50. She is a member of the International Academy of Management Marshall Goldsmith 100 Coaches Program and is also a Thinkers 50 India. We are so happy to also host Gayatri Prahalad, Deepa ma'am's mother, who has joined us today. We are blessed by your presence, ma'am. We now request Sonia to felicitate our keynote speaker, Navi Radjou, Deepa ma'am, and also Gayatri. Can we have a big round of applause? Alright, so it's time for the keynote session. The frugal economy, the new gold rush. Over to Navi, sir.
Good morning, everyone. It's a thrill. I'm thrilled to be here with you, and thanks Thomas for making the trip all the way here. I've been here at Design Barn for many years now, since inception actually, and I've seen the dramatic evolution of this place. And congrats, Sonia, for turning it into a convening kind of place for bringing together people from diverse disciplines. And just about a bit more bio data on me. As Samrat said, I grew up in Pondicherry in the 70s, 80s, at the time when we were experiencing what is known as the Hindu rate of growth, which is about 2-3% GDP growth a year. So probably I was tired of the scarcity that we experienced in India, and we decided to go experience the abundance in the West. So I went to study in France for 6 years, then I immigrated to the US in 1999. But as early as 2001, I started coming back to India to study the booming IT industry here in Bengaluru. And since 2001, I've been really impressed to see the pace at which India began to grow. The elephant that Sonia showed actually became a tiger very quickly. As a matter of fact, we all Indians proudly remember 2007, when the Indian economy became a $1 trillion economy. We all felt a lot of pride about that. But today, single individual states like Tamil Nadu aspire to become a $1 trillion economy. But I'm not sure we'll get there. There are many hurdles that get overcome to ensure that all states in India can get to that lofty target. To begin with, 54% of India is already facing severe water stress. And a landmark study published by Azim Premji University recently showed that within the next 13 years, over 500 districts across India will experience an annual temperature increase of 1 degree or 1.5 degree Celsius. So this will have three consequences. One is excruciating heat, particularly in the northern part of India. The monsoon patterns will drastically shift from the southern region to the northwest, particularly Rajasthan and Gujarat. Particularly Rajasthan, which never experienced rainfall, will now have dramatic precipitations. And the third most important impact, which for me, who hates humidity, is that humidity is going to rapidly increase, and the two regions that will be gravely affected will be coastal Kerala and Pondicherry, Chennai here. And this is important because 48% of the workforce in India works outdoors. So this will have high humidity, a big consequence, on the welfare of these workers. So given this kind of harsh reality, the question we have to ask ourselves is how do we achieve this high growth while at the same time dealing with climate crisis? Some say that the solution is what we call decoupling, which is build an economy that keeps growing while reducing emissions at the same time. But this strategy of doing more with less is not enough. I think we Indians must do better with less. Instead of decoupling, we need to tightly recouple the economy with people, places, and nature. And in particular, I invite all of us to build what I call a frugal economy that creates greater economic and social and ecological value, while at the same time minimizing waste and emissions. This frugal economy is no utopia. I spent the last 6 years studying it. Its emergence in European countries like France and pockets of America, and now in India as well. And this frugal economy is supported by 3 core pillars that I'm going to delve into. And more importantly, a new generation of conscious customers and innovators are accelerating the rise of this frugal economy. So I'm going to go into each of these 3 pillars. And to explain how this works, I'm going to use biomimicry. That means essentially show that these 3 pillars may be new for us, living in modern societies, but actually nature operates by these 3 core principles, which are cooperation, decentralization, and regeneration. Those are the 3 magic words. So let's begin with the business-to-business sharing, which is something that we find in nature, except it doesn't have the fancy term B2B sharing. It's just called symbiosis. Indeed, the Canadian forest ecologist Suzanne Simard and the German forester Peter Wolben have shown that trees actually are highly cooperative and very generous. They share water, nutrients, and information with each other through an underground fungal network. Now, imagine if you learn from trees and companies stop competing and learn to cooperate and share the resources. This is already happening at different levels. In Kalundborg, which is an eco-industrial park in Denmark, 12 co-located companies share water, energy, and waste materials with each other as an integrated ecosystem. This mutually beneficial practice is called industrial symbiosis. Flow 2 is a B2B sharing platform that enables hospitals in Netherlands to share the underused equipment with each other. They also help construction firms in Belgium to share the underutilized equipment. In the US, the Chicago-based startup Reapply is now helping cities and states across America build what they call reuse marketplaces. Each reuse marketplace connects companies located in the same area so they can share and reuse each other's idle assets. By reusing existing resources, companies can reduce waste, which is good for the planet. But remember, Americans, we only care about money. So reusing also actually helps save money. Bottom line is also impacted, which is great for the company's interest or profit. So as you can see, when we talk about reusing, it's frugal for 2 reasons, because it saves money, which is good for the company's bottom line, and also the planet by diverting waste and having it reused. The great news is that here in India, there are startups for using AI to build digital platforms. Several of them actually, almost 90% are in Bangalore. They are building digital platforms that enable Indian companies, particularly small businesses, to share their manufacturing and logistics capacity. Bengaluru-based Bahak is an online marketplace that connects small truck owners with shippers. By aggregating multiple shipments in a single truckload, Bahak increases the income for small carriers and it reduces emissions by optimizing freight routes. Zwork, also based in Bengaluru, is an on-demand industrial marketplace that aggregates and connects thousands of small manufacturers across India with big companies. Think about the Amul model applied to industry, aggregation. And by the way, that is the magic word, right? Aggregation, we have done that on the demand side, we know that. Now, the revolution that's now emerged from come out of India is going to be the aggregation on the supply side, particularly like small suppliers, but also small manufacturers. And this has two benefits. One is for the small manufacturers, by bringing in a steady stream of orders, it keeps the small job shops to operate continuously at full capacity. And more interestingly, it allows renewable energy companies to rapidly increase the manufacturing output. You can think EV components or electrolyzers for hydrogen production, rapidly without owning factories. It's an asset-light model to leapfrog into renewable energies. Now, so far these examples are impressive. They show how companies can share their unused equipment, truck space, and manufacturing capacity. But visionary companies are now beginning to share the intangible resources like human resources for the greater good. In March 2020, when COVID struck, French President Macron went to the factory of a French company called Colmy Open, which is the largest producer of facial masks in France. He congratulated them for doubling their production of masks in record time. But what he didn't say is that behind this, impressive increase in production, there was a managerial innovation because Colmy Open dared ask a radical question, which is, why not borrow employees from other companies? Indeed, they did not have in-house industrial expertise to rapidly reconfigure the manufacturing processes to scale up the production. But it turns out that near the factory was located a company called Scania, who is a heavy truck manufacturer, who loaned their industrial experts with Colmy Open so they can use their expertise to rapidly reconfigure the supply chain processes and double up the production in no time, saving thousands of lives. But interestingly, we always criticize, we are going to talk about policymakers as being a bit, laggards and not being proactive. Here is the opposite. Colmy Open took advantage of a B2B sharing platform set up by the local or regional government in Western France, which set up this platform to enable local businesses to share all kinds of resources, including the employees. And the goal of this is to preserve jobs and retain precious know-how and skills within the region so they don't go elsewhere. Okay? So this is something we'll talk about later, because I think that India is a golden opportunity to do that, for example, at every district level in Bharat. Now, you can also imagine how companies can share the intellectual property, like the jeans maker Levi Strauss did, by sharing their proprietary technologies to produce clothes with very little water. So rather than hoarding their proprietary technology, they openly shared it so that the whole apparel sector can become more sustainable. Now, here we are talking about sharing knowledge, right? So in the 20th century, we thought owning knowledge is power. But in 21st century, I believe that sharing and valorizing knowledge, valorizing is an English word that I introduced in a few minutes, is going to be the source of power. Okay? And why I insist on this notion of knowledge sharing is because my generation in the 2000s got very excited because before Viksit Bharat became a big idea, we were interested in making India the knowledge superpower. Remember, we used to talk about the knowledge economy. In 2007, there was a landmark World Bank report that stated that if all Indian enterprises could costlessly, frugally, achieve national best practices based on knowledge, modern knowledge, and traditional knowledge, already in use in India, economic output could more than quintuple. That means we can increase economic growth by 5 times and faster if we are willing to reuse existing knowledge as opposed to reinventing the wheel. And Indian businesses can learn from Indian farmers how to do that, because Indian farmers use a platform called Digital Green to share agricultural best practices and proven farming techniques across regions. The consulting firm, PwC, predicts that this year, the consumer-to-consumer sharing economy led by Uber and Airbnb will become a $335 billion market. But B2B transactions are 10 times bigger in volume and value than C2C activities. So I anticipate that the business-to-business sharing economy could grow rapidly in coming years and become a $3 trillion economy. And India and Indian states can get a big piece of that by building online platforms and communities that will allow local companies to share the physical and intangible resources. So this is the first pillar, B2B sharing. But I wanted to think about what would happen if all districts across India could build and own. We talked about owning, right? So it's time to own local B2B sharing platforms. And the same way today we have a digital public infrastructure. I humbly request the people who are in charge of DPI to use DPI to start building these B2B sharing platforms at the district level. Okay? And this will, we'll talk about in Deepa as well. The reason I bring up the district level focus is because of the high diversity. And I think that we need to figure out how do we decentralize B2B sharing as well, so that one big company like Uber doesn't hijack it and become a dominant player. Okay? Now that is the B2B sharing. Now let's move to the second one, which is relevant for India, which is dreaming of becoming a big industrial powerhouse. So in nature, if you look at proteins, these are the vital building blocks of life. And it turns out that there's no single organ in our body that produces all kind of the proteins that all cells need. Instead, each cell produces locally the specific proteins it needs to sustain itself. And the ribosomes are the microfactories inside our cells that produce specific proteins locally on demand. This hyper-localized production is the opposite of how our global supply chains operate. Today, the clothes and smartphones used by Americans and Europeans are mass-produced in giant factories in China, and then they travel thousands of miles by air and sea before they reach the stores in New York and London. This mass production model is cost efficient, but it is not sustainable and it is not resilient because it's vulnerable to global supply chain disruptions, but also geopolitical shifts like the return of Trump in power, which means that he's going to repatriate not only manufacturing from China and Mexico back to America, but as explained in my book, he's going to repatriate the entire end-to-end value chain. Okay? So given the scenario, India has to figure out how can we pioneer a decentralized approach to manufacturing where we can produce personalized goods closer to customers. And this is already happening. I'm going to give you one example. Avatar is a French startup that has built an electric car that is 5 times lighter than typical EVs and consumes 3 times less energy. But the innovation in this car is not just energy efficiency, but the way it is built. Unlike Tesla's Gigafactory, Avatar will use a distributed network of micro-factories located in multiple regions across France, and in each micro-factory, no bigger than a garage, local entrepreneurs will assemble these cars for local customers using local materials. And this micro-electric vehicle market is growing at 20% in France, twice higher than the rest of the car industry. So my message to you is, rather than scaling up, and Thomas talked about scale, right? I'm a big believer in scale, but maybe we should rethink, and India can be the place where we rethink, reconceptualize scale as being not about scaling up, which is mass producing the standardized same product, but actually scaling out to maximize local impact by taking into account local constraints, local needs, and local resources. And interestingly, there are Indian startups like Lumas who are using digital solutions to scale out manufacturing across India. Lumas is based in Bengaluru. They are building a network of nano factories that produce goods close to local markets. Each nano factory can produce a variety of personalized products, such as healthy foods and cosmetics. And each nano factory is more water and energy efficient than big factories, and they reduce carbon footprint because they reduce transportation costs by being close to customers. So the reason I bring it up is because what is really happening, if you like, with the distributed manufacturing is that the physical world, the world of atoms, is starting to reflect the digital world made of bits. We all know that we have moved in the last 20 years from centralized computing to distributed computing, and even cloud computing, the joke is that it's not as distributed as we thought because it's quite centralized in big data centers controlled by a handful of tech firms. But China's DeepSeek, if you really study it, is the first instance of a truly embodiment of distributed computing. They use what is called HAI with small models. Okay? So the physical world is going to catch up. So you're going to see, therefore, distributed production of goods, distributed finance, distributed energy, off-grid energy systems. We'll talk about an example soon. So everything in the physical world, physical supply chains, will start mirroring the distributed nature of the cyberspace. Then finally, I'm running a bit over time, so I'm going to go quickly to the third pillar, which is what I call regeneration. And regeneration is just an advanced version of sustainability. So today, if you look at the sustainable businesses, they try to cut the carbon footprint and reduce and recycle the waste. In other words, they try to decarbonize their operations and apply the circular economy principles. They try to do less harm to the planet. But what if you're a company or a country that is already sustainable, like Brazil, which generates already over 90% of its energy from renewables compared to 30% worldwide? That's why sustainable businesses in Brazil are now trying to become a regenerative business. The regenerative business strives to boost the health, arogya, and the vitality, prana, of people, places, planet altogether. This holistic and synergistic approach is what I call triple regeneration. And just a quick note, very quickly, these two concepts are not rival concepts. Actually, that's why I stacked them up, to show that they are complementary and mutually reinforcing. A regenerative business is also sustainable, and a sustainable business can also evolve into a regenerative business. So let me give you an example of how a regenerative business works. In Brazil, there is a palm tree called the murumuru that Amazon tribes used to cut to make commodity products like brooms. But it turns out that you can extract from the seeds of this palm tree a deeply moisturizing butter that can be used to repair damaged hair. I don't need it, but probably you do. So it turns out that this butter is 7 times more valuable than the wood. So that means that it's 7 times more profitable for the Amazon tribes to keep the palm tree alive than to cut it. That's why Natura, a Brazilian cosmetics brand, teamed up with the Amazon tribes to sustainably extract this murumuru butter to make a whole range of hair care products. In doing so, Natura is practicing what I call triple regeneration because it creates more income for the people living in Amazon. It preserves ancestral farming techniques tied to specific places, and it helps the planet by regenerating the rainforest in the Amazon. So I want to think about how your business can become a regenerative brand that creates a field of aliveness where people, places, and the planet can all grow and prosper. Now, regeneration is not a fancy buzzword that I'm kind of trying to champion here. Actually, it's becoming a business imperative. According to a survey by Regen Friends, 80% of American consumers want businesses to go beyond regeneration, sustainability, and become regenerative brands. Particularly young consumers, 90% of them, find the concept of sustainability too passive. They think regeneration means that the companies get a skin in the game and actively contribute to the betterment of society and the planet. That's why the corporate pioneers in sustainability like Interface are trying to become now regenerative businesses. Interface is world-leading carpet manufacturer, which teamed up with a biomimicry consulting firm called Biomimicry 3.8 to build what they call a factory as a forest that actually offers positive ecosystem services like air filtration and carbon sequestration to the local environment. The sports retailer Decathlon has built a store as nature that regenerates the local biodiversity. As you can see, 80% of the store is green because it creates a natural habitat that favors development of endemic local fauna and flora. These examples are inspiring and show how businesses can regenerate nature. But I think Indian businesses can go one step further and show to the world how to regenerate people and communities as well. In particular, I think India can pioneer what I call a regenerative growth model, where Indian businesses can contribute to human development and greater social ecological harmony. This actually will help all Indians Atmanirbhar, resilient and self-sufficient. And I believe that Atmanirbhar is the foundational step towards Viksit Bharat. Let me show you two companies that actually are driving this kind of regenerative growth focused on people and communities. Silco, as you know, based here in Bangalore, is a social business that has set up off-grid solar power systems for 1 million low-income families in rural India. They didn't stop there. They also are building now a whole range of solar-powered equipment that helps, for instance, small farmers to process crops post-harvest, which improves their livelihoods. So Silco actually is a regenerative business that not only gives fish clean energy to rural families, but teaches them of the fish that is used clean energy to improve their income level. Pakka is a business based in Ayodhya that makes regenerative packaging solutions for food products. They recycle sugarcane waste into biodegradable packaging solutions. Their factory is powered 100% by bioenergy. And their motto is waste nothing, in particular women's talent. So they appointed women at every level of the organization, which makes them the most preferred workplace for women in India. So the reason I brought up particularly the last example of Pakka is important, right? About not wasting anything, particularly women's talent, because I'm going to build the whole slide to go faster. The term frugal, at least now in India, is interpreted, in my opinion, in a very narrow way, because we used to be a land of scarcity. So we used to deal with the scarcity of resources like water, energy, capital. So the notion of frugal was doing more with less. That means minimizing resources, right? And dealing with constraints and still create value. That is one half of the story. I think frugal as another dimension, the way I define it, is doing better with less. The better applies to how do we use underappreciated resources we have, sometimes abundantly around us, human ingenuity, diversity of talent, intellectual assets, traditional knowledge, agricultural waste, as I said, right, biomass, or even existing technologies, right? Look at what DeepSeek did. Embargo placed by America in November 2033, no problem, you don't get the latest NVIDIA chips, screw you, we are going to use the previous technologies, right? And then we are going to run over you, right? So existing technologies can also be valorized. And that is a word that exists in European languages, French, Latin, Italian, Spanish, valoriser in French. It means multiple things, by the way. Valorize means that you redeem, you appreciate, you celebrate something that exists, that has been underappreciated, and then you find clever, ingenious ways to extract value from something, okay? So we need to, not only waste nothing, but also learn to valorize everything. So in summary, I would say that the climate crisis is calling all of us to operate, I'm going to do a bit theatrical thing, right? Operate safely within the, planetary limits, okay? But I think we need to boldly stretch the limits of human imagination to develop India. And India is the birthplace of frugal innovation, so we need to use our Jugaad ingenuity and our millennia-old Vedic wisdom to build a frugal economy that truly benefits people, places, and nature. With that, I will pause here and we'll engage in a nice discussion with Deepa. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Really excited to take part in this discussion and return to the Design Barn. Navi, really enjoyed your presentation, and I have been looking at your recent work, so that's why I have notes. I think you've given us a very bold vision, and it has a lot of elements to it. So I'm trying to unpack and understand how do we get started seems to be one of the most important questions, because I think you're challenging not only way things are done currently, but also challenging some of our philosophical underpinnings about who our stakeholders are, what the purpose of the organization really looks like, and what ends we're trying to achieve. You're giving us a view that's far beyond profit, and in terms of outcomes that we need to look after. So while it's exciting, it's also a little bit scary in terms of where do we start, right? I think that's where I would like to begin our discussion.
Yeah, I think the way that I explain my book is that companies can learn to crawl and walk before they can run in the full economy. And I actually offer maturity models, you know the expression maturity model. That means like a roadmap on how you can take baby steps first and get confident, have trust in yourself and others, and then move on to the next level. For instance, let's look at the first pillar, the B2B sharing. So in my book, I offer a 7-stage roadmap, like a maturity model, if you like, where companies can start sharing waste, because waste doesn't have anything intellectual property embedded. So I have waste, go ahead, take it, valorize it, I don't mind. And then you can go next level, you can start sharing your physical equipment. And then you go next level, you can start sharing employees and the human resources. And then it could be sharing clients, which becomes important when you develop, like for example, end-to-end mobility solutions, when different mobility service providers come together and can share the client data to provide an end-to-end solution. And then you can go next level and start sharing intellectual property. And the same way that Radjou, who has written on collaborative consumption and sharing economy, she explains that you need to build the trust in order to share more and more. So I think this is a nice way where you can get started with minimum resources. You can start sharing, and you can start sharing with people that you trust most. It could be your trusted partners first, and then you widen the circle of people you can share with. So that's one example. And for each pillar, distributed manufacturing, regeneration, you can start very small. Maybe L'Oreal is a good example. They are doing a regenerative agriculture, where they are applying it to just one product. So you don't have to make your entire portfolio regenerative. You can pick one product and experiment with it. General Mills and Danone, all of them are doing the same thing. And then as you get confident and you start seeing the results, then you can go into a full-blown strategy to see how we can implement enterprise-wide.
Well, I think that makes it a lot easier to grasp, kind of how one starts on the vision you've outlined. But I think one thing that also strikes me is that people like you and I study a lot of trends, and we're good at kind of putting out a vision in writing. And I'm looking out here and seeing a lot of young designers, and you will be responsible for translating it into reality, not into a written document. And so I think the irony and the challenge there is that a lot of times designers, especially young ones, don't always have a seat at the table when it comes to looking at approaches at the corporate level, and even entrepreneurs have a lot of resource constraints. So again, what are some of the steps I could take, if I were a young designer, to start moving forward, to start sharing ideas and building a network that's required to bring about some of these changes?
I think if you're a younger designer, one thing that, for example, is that the design phase is where you have the biggest leverage to reduce the cost and the ecological impact of a product over its life cycle, right? 70 to 90% of the financial cost and the ecological cost is determined in the design phase. So I think that awareness has to be spread as a young designer and say, look, we are going to design a product that actually would be optimized for sustainability. It's called design for sustainability or design for recyclability. And I've seen, for example, let me give you one example. This is just a very concrete example, right? So this is a large industrial equipment company in France where young designers worked with engineers and IT department to develop their own lifecycle management solution, okay? So the idea is that rather than buying an off-the-shelf product, they said, we have design expertise, we have in-house all the talent, and they designed a solution that allows R&D engineers now to pick the optimal parts, materials, that will have the least impact in terms of carbon footprint and will be easier to use for the end users. They make like forklifts, stuff like that. And also will be reducing the TCO, total cost of ownership. So it's like a win-win-win for the company, it's a win for the end user, and it's a win for the planet. So I think this is a time for young designers to be bold and create some concrete products and services that actually will show that this can be done. Because I think you're right, otherwise it can become very theoretical and very abstract.
Yeah, and I think that's something that sometimes even designers themselves and certainly corporates don't fully appreciate, is that in many ways design is evidence of execution capability, right? It's not just, the aesthetics of what you're designing. So that's one thing I always tell young people I mentor that, design is the difference between people telling you have a good idea and placing an order. it's that important. So let me move on and say that, one of the things that you seem to emphasize through the corporate examples and some of the grassroots examples as well is this idea of community. And one thing that I have realized is that the community itself and what purpose it serves really tends to change and evolve over time. If we look at even the Indian diaspora, in India, the community has traditionally functioned as a safety net. And if I look at what happened as many of us went overseas, is suddenly, whether or not we necessarily all connected with each other naturally, we realized that, we have to build our own community now. And not as a safety net, really as a launch pad in order to do different things like entrepreneurship that we had never really done. And there it became the organizing principle, not language or region. So it looks as though this triple regenerative economy you're talking about will need to also demand that we reimagine what community is used for and how we leverage different talents. So help me understand how we can think about defining and designing communities to carry out this important agenda.
You make a good point, because when I talk about places, some people say, well, the people, places, planet reminds the trivia, the triple bottom line kind of thing. So actually what I mean by people, places, planet, and then we'll see where it's going with this element of answer, is that for me the people is about how do we improve the mental health, physical health, spiritual health of people, right? Mental illness, mental issues are exploding worldwide. So it's about regenerating the mental well-being of people. People lack purpose, so the spiritual well-being, right? And then the places is interesting because it's a synonymous with community, right? So when we say community, it's tied to a particular place. So there is a notion now, very popular in America, promoted by Brookings Institute and other think tanks. It's called place-based regeneration. That means that if you want to regenerate a community, you need to go and understand what the place has to offer in terms of resources, physical resources, intangible resources. There are many think tanks in America, like Heartland Forward, which is now doing amazing study to examine the specific assets, capabilities in the hinterland of America, the small rural areas, and see how they can, and how they can work with the local community. So that's where the co-creative aspects comes in. Right? As a designers, you don't come and design it for them, you design with them. And I think that's where I think that, I think Sonia said very well about, and I think the inter-design thing is a great one. I like inter-design because I believe that while we are dealing with global challenges, I think solutions are going to come from places, locally. I think that's why if you look at the second pillar, decentralized, I was hinting at that. More and more solutions are going to come from the local level. And then that means that each community will be different. Right? And within America, right? I mean, as I said, the Indians, the way that we practice community in India, in our native land, is different than the way we practice community, in France, UK, or in America. So I would say that, I like concrete examples. I'm going to give you one example, and it's a case study from my book on how community regeneration took place. To also show that political leadership is key. This is actually in northern France. It's a former mining town that got left out, so they had a high unemployment, water bed was polluted, and the local mayor, over 20 years, worked with the local citizens to create a program called, and I think Thomas would like that, it's called systemic transition. And that's important. When I think Sonia repeated that, right? For me, design superpower is in systemic design. Okay? So this guy, actually, this mayor, what he did is that he created what he calls a systemic transition, because he believes that energy transition, you heard the term energy transition, is a very reductionist way of looking at communities' evolution. You need to think systemically of 5 other dimensions: economic transition, social transition, ecological transition, cultural transition, and then democratic transition. That means move to a participative democracy where you involve citizens in co-developing solutions in terms of where they want to be in the next 10 years. Long story short, they succeeded. They switched to renewable energy. They switched to organic farming. They built an incubator for green startups, and today they have become the #1 reference in European Union as one of the greenest cities. And so that is a great example where communities took ownership of the change. Right? Unless communities take ownership of the change, it won't work. And the reason I would add in that particular example when I talk about systemic transition, I go back to the human part, the people part, because the people in the small towns, this is important, that explains why Trump got elected, by the way, only political statement, because they were ashamed. Right? They were ashamed because that's the place, by the way, they voted 60% for the far-right party, okay, Marine Le Pen. But then when this guy took over, within 20 years, it is the only city in that whole extreme right region that votes center. Why? Because these people went from a sense of disempowerment to a sense of pride in the ownership of the future, and therefore they feel more empowered.
Well, I am getting the timing warning, but this is a fascinating example of how these things can be taken and the patience that is required to do so, because this is the dichotomy I also see in your book, is that all of the problems we're trying to solve are long-term and collective in nature, and at the same time we're in a scenario where we have the urgency of climate crisis, but also the life cycle of CEOs, companies, and any innovation is depleting very rapidly. We can talk about how to close that gap maybe offline, but I know you hinted at what you think some of the Indian superpowers we can bring to the table are, so maybe let's close with that and have your view on that.
Actually, I'm going to give you the opportunity because you talked about synthesis, so you should explain that. That is your show now.
Yeah, I think, Navi and I have talked about this, and I think one of the underestimated capabilities, people have always associated India with lower cost and high technical prowess, but I think really the capability that will become more important as we go forward is our incredible ability to synthesize. I started out as a political science and economics major, and if you look at our history, it's actually sometimes quite depressing. Colonization, conquest, invasions, a lot of fairly depressing episodes. And yet all of the things we're proud of today, from the cuisine, the music, many of the technologies, our language, are all consequences of those same events. So I think we have learned to accept, to extract value, and to actually create beauty and joy, even from very painful episodes in our history. And that's something that will become increasingly important going forward. And I think if I were to use a modern example, if we look at a company like Tata, when they were designing their water filter, they said, wow, a lot of the rice husk that's used in villages takes out about 80% of the contaminants. But as a global brand, that's not good enough. So they simply added nanoparticles, and suddenly you had this frugal and high-tech solution that was, gone around the world, celebrated in design schools around the world. And I think that we need to make sure that the next generation learns about the rice husk with the same determination that we teach about the newer technologies as well. And I think a lot of what you were talking about is exactly this ability to synthesize different ideas, but do it in a way that's joyful. I think what artists and craftspeople bring to the table is that their emphasis is on harmony, not just efficiency, and that's going to be incredibly important going forward.
I agree. I think India is going to be the place, I think, as far as the question, Thomas, is that the land where we joke that, for everything you say about India, the opposite is true. Right?
Yes.
It's the land of paradoxes and contradictions. And the harmonization of these contradictions, profitability, sustainability, local versus global, physical versus digital, right? Human versus machine. I think the only place where we can do that synthesis is going to be, India, which is the land of syncretism as well.
Yeah.
Because whenever we get, conquered or invaded, we don't, reject, so we actually absorb it, right? That's a syncretism. So that is, I think, I agree with you super well.
Absolutely. Well, this has been a fascinating discussion, and I will look forward to learning more and keeping track of examples as they are evolving as well. Thank you all so much.
We won't be here this afternoon,
Yeah.
so
Absolutely.
please engage.
Thank you, Navi.
Thank you.
Sharing and valorizing knowledge is power, as Navi sir rightly put. And today we feel empowered by such a stimulating intellectual discussion between Deepa ma'am and Navi sir. From sharing to distributed manufacturing to symbiotic frugal network, we have learned so much. Now, in some time, we will move for lunch. But before we move for lunch, I want to introduce Chef Deepa, who has curated the lunch menu. But before I introduce you to Chef Deepa, please note that we have the shift stop. The shift stops where you will forecast the future of various sectors with leaders who believe in the transformational power of design. We request you that once you take the lunch, you can come here, sit, talk with each other, and be here at the venue itself. And we will start the next session by around 1:50 p.m. with our first speaker of the shift stop. And during this hour, also remember to check out the Good Shop, which has around 5 brands at the pop-up market that we have created. And also from 4:30 p.m. we will be having very interesting workshops, 6 workshops. You see 3 rooms on my left. So I'll just mention which is for what. And the conductors of those workshops will also be around. So we have asked them to be around, and you can pay for the workshops in the QR codes which is mentioned on each door. So there is biomimicry for business leadership by Simar Kohli, which will be in this room, which is mentioned as Bold Club here. In the middle room, which you see here, there will be AI policies by Devshika Yadav. In the third room, we will have workshop wizardry by Suman Bhaskara and Madhu Gupta. We have Shalini with us. Shalini, you can raise your hand. Hi. So Shalini is an exponent in cyanotype printing, which is an 18th century art form in printing. And we will have a workshop with her at the same time. So one person can join only one workshop because all of them are happening at the same time. And we will have something very interesting called Design Your Path to Flow by Flow Shala from 4:30 p.m. And is Neil around? Can I see Neil? Okay, I think he's outside. So we have a field trip at the design farm, which is 5 minutes from here. So we will have that workshop with Neil as well. Now, I would introduce Chef Deepa to you. Chef Deepa Chauhan is Bangalore-based home chef and the top 9 contestants of Masterchef India 2023. Named as an ambassador of Sindhi food by Masterchef judges Vikas Khanna and Ranveer Brar, and listed as the custodian of Sindhi cuisine by Femina India. Please give a big round of applause to Chef Deepa. Over to you.
Good afternoon. I won't keep you all waiting too long because I know you've been here for the last couple of hours waiting. It's very kind of Sonia to always think of me and the kind of curveballs and challenges that are thrown to do different and be ethical in what we do and have the lowest possible environmental impact possible. So, towards our world now, today's meal is designed around frugality, which means it's a meal in a bowl, but you have 4 choices. And nothing is spicy, there's no curry, and there's no naan. It's very simple, comforting meals from around India, which you can jazz up as you like. We have kept toppings around for you to pick from, as spicy or as mild as you like. And I feel food is very personal. So make your own bowl and own it, just like you're owning the workshop today. And khana taiyar hai, jabwa chalo.
Today with us, let's engage in understanding the role of films in transforming education across borders and breaking traditional barriers, scaling life skills through films and media. In his talk, Lights, Camera, Learning. Big round of applause for him.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Girish, Sonia, thank you so much for building this beautiful place. Every time I come here, it's just so inspiring. And this event was absolutely fabulous. The first 2 sessions in the morning. Thank you so much. Always good to be up here on stage. How many of you here in the audience genuinely believe that education needs to be taken very seriously by all of us, the society and colleges? How many of you believe we have to take it up very seriously? Put your hands, please. All of us believe that. And you know that's the problem with education. We've made it so serious that children don't engage with it. So I've spent the last 20 years of my life trying to figure out how do you make it a lot more engaging and a lot more exciting for a child to walk into school as exciting as they walk out of school. In 20 years of my working with children, the one thing that I've learned is that you cannot teach children. But the interesting thing is that they learn. So we as educators, as parents, as society, our responsibility actually is to create an environment. You create the environment and the learning happens. So I've experimented with a lot of stuff. You know, I'm one of those few education entrepreneurs who did not teach math and science. I did start an edtech company to teach more of coaching classes to crack some exam, because I genuinely believe that learning should not be for a livelihood. You know, somehow the whole journey of our learning systems seems to be eventually to get a job one day, and in this entire journey we forget there is a life that our children have to live, and we don't talk to them about it. So my work has been about how do you make learning more relevant to life. So in that context, I've done so many different things. And I run a company called Crayon, and Crayon has created some of the largest children's events and activations. The National Stock Exchange told us many years ago, around 2005, we want to teach finance literacy. So we designed one of India's most exciting finance quizzes, which you probably saw on CNBC, called the Financial Quest. You know, Pogo, when the channel was launched, they said that we want to excite children to participate and watch our channel a lot more. This was, you know, a lot of you are the Pogo generation. And we created something called as the Pogo Amazing Kids Awards. We went across the country and picked up some of the most amazing, talented kids in singing, dancing, speaking, and then brought them. So whether it was for Janagraha, for Chairperson Foundation, whenever any serious thing came up, we brought them and looked at it and said, how do you make this more interesting and exciting? Today I'm going to talk to you about one specific aspect of my work. and which has to do with film, like the topic mentioned. You know, the irony of education today, like I just mentioned, is that we don't learn to live. Isn't that so strange? You know, there's an old beautiful Indian saying that if you have to bring up a child, you need the whole village. And today parents are so happy to have conformity for kids. The worst thing a child likes is actually organized structures. And whenever I hear, you know, this fancy new preschool that's come up and they tell me that what a beautiful structured curriculum they have. And I'm like, dude, are you for real? Because our kids don't need boxes, they need to be out of those. Because we're not allowing them to live, we want them to learn when they're not living how they're learning. This part we know very well, and this I can talk from authority because the president of this country has given me an award 7 times for making films. You know what's the irony of films, especially in this country? We're the world's largest young population, all of you know about that, right? We're over 300 million, and if you put all our 18-year-olds and below in one country, we would be the 5th largest nation in the world. And you know that we are the world's largest filmmaking country as well? Yes. Bollywood itself produces more feature films. FYI, about 6,000 a year is what Bollywood produces. Not more than 700 get a theatrical release, by the way, the others get shelved. And Bollywood is not the only industry in this country. You've got Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Odia, Bhojpuri, Assamese. You know, we've got all kinds of industries. We're the world's largest filmmaking country, the world's largest young population. Irony, we make the least number of films for our children. In an era of ChatGPT and perplexity, even if I ask you all to scramble through your phones and give me names of 5 good films made in the past 10 years in this country for children, you will struggle. And that's something that we want to change. So that's the irony here, is that we have relegated our entire idea of filmmaking to entertainment. And we actually call it an entertainment industry also. You know, I've spent the past 15 years now doing a lot of research, I published research in international journals as to how impactful cinema is. Do you know that a Malayali wedding today has a Sangeet, thanks to Shah Rukh Khan? You know, I'll give you something even more simpler and interesting. You know, there's a generation of Indians who light a cigarette. You know how they light a cigarette? Have you seen that hand go that way? You know where we learned this from? 1940s Ashok Kumar. And an Indian would light his cigarette inside a room with a matchstick trying to protect the wind even today. Because he taught a generation of Indians in the 1940s and 50s to smoke a cigarette. So a PD generation evolving into cigarette and a Malayali wedding evolving into, you know, Mehndi and Sangeet ceremony. That's the impact. But why don't we use it in education? We can't be innovative as a country because we love following structures. So our entire education system is just a copycat of what it used to be, what the colonials left behind. He said, let's just follow that and be very proud of it as well. There's hardly any innovation that has happened in this country when it comes to education. And this is something that we innovated here very much in this city. The word is not commonly used anywhere in the world. It's the usage of film in education. I was that idiot 14 years ago that decided to make my first film, and over the next 10 years invested over $6 million of my hard-earned money to make over 150 films. At some point of time I knew it's going to be successful, and that's what is happening today because the program is very successful. The idea is simple. We can use film in education. I'm not talking about videos, you know, because every Tom, Dick and Harry today will go on a gram and make a video. We're talking about storytelling at its core. And we run 2 very interesting projects as a part of this. One is School Cinema to teach life skills, and the other one is a School Cinema International Children's Film Festival. My work talks way better than I do. So let's just have a look at a couple of things. So how does school cinema work? So let me just, yeah, it's clicking. I hope my volume works. Some volume on this.
Beyond the world of math and science, there is a subject called life. Dealing with failure, each thing not life. Stand embracing diversity. These are some of the life lessons that need to be taught to our kids in school through a medium they understand best. LXL Ideas brings to you School Cinema, a unique program that teaches lessons of life using the power of cinema.
That's fine. You didn't change the output.
Beyond the world of math and science, there is a subject called life. Dealing with failure, being safe online, standing up to peer pressure, embracing diversity. These are some of the life lessons that need to be taught to our kids in school through a medium they understand best. LXL Ideas brings to you School Cinema, a unique program that teaches lessons of life using the power of cinema. So how does it work? Each year, students watch 10 age-relevant short films, each based on value or life skill. They discuss the film and then work on activities and projects in their My Cinema book. This circle of learning is completed with exclusive films for parents and teachers. The School Cinema app gives access to the whole family to watch these films. School Cinema has already reached over 1 million students across 4 countries. Its films have won 7 national awards and have featured in over 350 film festivals around the world. So come, learn with School Cinema, the subject called life.
You know, to design this particular project, I did something very simple. Remember, I come from Bangalore. I'm a chemical engineer from Dan and Saga, right? Having worked in the education space, and how do you make films? If you want to design something, the only lesson that I've learned is talk to people. Between 2008 and 2012, I have interviewed, I can call it interviews now, but I've met over 200 filmmakers. You name the filmmaker, I've probably met that person. Spent a lot of time, energy and efforts just to understand why is it the world's largest country is not making enough films for children. And then it boiled down to a simple aspect. Everyone that I met wanted to make a film for children because you wanted to change societies. But there was a problem. How do you make money out of it? So I had to solve 2 problems. One was to actually create good films, because most people end up making one film. I'm sure all of you know about that person who made a fantastic film and then stopped it because he realized there's no money out of it. But then you also have to crack a system, and the system was a school. And how do you walk into a school and tell that school principal that moral science, life skills, value education that you're teaching, there's a better way to teach, more exciting way to teach? For as many of you might think that schools are very rigid, I have to report that the educators are very forward thinking. But you know who's the problem? The parent. ये सब ठीक है madam, marks कहाँ है? Right? So we had to design a program which not just appealed to the child, was able to be taken up by the school as a part of their curriculum, but it also had to appeal to the parent. So we designed it in a manner and spoke to them in a manner that the parent got into the loop as well. So I'm just going to show you a couple of trailers of the various films. These are all 30 seconds. So you get a sense of the quality of the films that we make.
There is life beyond IIT, beyond engineering.
Sometimes I wish we could choose a family, like our friends. Right, sis?
जिंदगी में कुछ भी आसान है और फिर ये बदलाव को स्वीकार करना तो बिल्कुल भी आसान नहीं है।
Another problem films to children is they dumb it down. They're far more intelligent than what you can wildly imagine. So give them something that will make them think. Don't tell them that this is what needs to be done. My experience is they'll do exactly the... How come filmmakers don't get that? We try and make dumb films. So we make some very intelligent films. The difference between our films and most of the other films that are made is that I don't wake up one day and say, idea and I want to make a film. That's how Bollywood films are made. I want to tell a story. No, it starts off by saying that I have an issue that I want to address. Post-pandemic, one of the issues that we wanted to address was how do you sensitize children on gender diversity? I don't know how many of you realize that this country is just opening up to accept the reality of there's a diverse gender in this, right? And my generation grew up by saying that whenever I looked at a form, it said male, female, there was nothing else. But now when you have the other, my generation does not know how to answer that question. And we need to. So we involve the entire community of the LGBT to actually come give us their thoughts, their ideas, their stories, their pain points, put that together, made a film, right? I'll just show you one of them.
Congratulations. Have you seen this report card? You did?
Oh, this is not the one, sorry, that...
I guess music industry...
Oh, this is a different one, but...
It's Newton Jackie.
This topic is slightly different. So we made a film on that, which is, then we thought that, you know what's going to happen, and I need to be smart also. If I take a film on gender diversity and put it in a school, guess what's going to happen? They're going to throw the program out. Because there'll be one parent that will come in and complain. So we also have to be smart about how you bring about those changes. So we said, let's play it safe, we'll make a film for the parents and for the teachers. Right, so if you have a problem, you have a problem, and you're not telling, you know, otherwise you will have Sanskriti, Sabhyata, and Putani kya kya, you will be taste mujao, right? So we will end up doing that. So as a designer for a program like this, and for my team, we always have to be sensitive about that. Oh, this was a beautiful film made on a very pertinent issue. It's a trailer, just have a look at it and you'll know what exactly we're talking about.
Have you seen this report card? You did? Just an A newspaper and B music.
I guess music industry I tried so hard.
Miss Newton Jackie Rattle, we have to start preparing for the mouse marathon.
This is my country and we call ourselves
The Rats.
So I'll step up after vacation.
Let's start today.
Flora and I have been working on this road and we are...
Time.
It's a country of rats and everybody's in a rat race.
Yeah, halfway through making the drone.
I have to prepare for my mouse marathon.
You did go. That's Sonia, okay. It's chemical.
She okay?
She's just been working so hard. It's not done. We are the Dragons. Even when to lose the marathon is a sin. Let's show the world. Who's their king? We are the...
Anybody has any questions from the store? Yes.
Yeah, I have an observation actually, not so much a question. I think it's really not just about having fun. Because I think that a lot of serious issues can be addressed lightly, like the rat race issue. You know, I mean, the increasing rate of suicide is becoming wide. There's so much complexity in parents' lives, and they don't realize it filters down into children's lives. So, and some of that cannot be handled directly. And cinema can be a great way to handle that. The most serious issues can only be handled lightly, just cannot be handled seriously.
You're absolutely right. In fact, we have at least 2 films on suicide, one for parents, one for children. We've got multiple films on how unintentionally we put stress on our children and expectations, right? The example I gave you was about gender diversity. There's no way you can talk to a parent or a child if it's not a film. Because very beautifully you can bring in that topic, open up the thoughts, make them aware, and then have a conversation around it. It's just an outstanding medium. Any question? Yes,
When you're learning,
pretend I don't know you, yes?
Don't leave with my name. That looks like we've set this up. We haven't. So you said one of the challenges in bringing school education into schools is the parents. So how do you make that connection with parents, and how do you ensure that they understand and appreciate and get on board with the program?
Right. So I'm not just a creator, I'm a sales guy as well. Right? Sold a lot of my life. So one of the things, whenever a school tells us that the parents will not agree, so we insist that one of my team members goes and makes a presentation at the PTA meetings or the annual meetings that they have. We've made some specific films for parents which are shown and there's an interaction. We don't tell them that, ladies and gentlemen, we have this great program we want to introduce in your school and your kids will love it. We say, when you want to watch a film, there's no parent who will say no. So we just show them the film. And all my films are 20 minutes. And it's just the right, we've also figured that that's the right duration. Make it longer, people are going to sleep. Make it shorter, they won't get the full message right. At least the filmmaker needs that. So we show them the film and then ask them, do you think it's a good way to communicate with your kids? 99.9. We've never had a parent who said no. A lot of times it's not knowing, because when you tell a parent we want to introduce films, they only know films that they've seen on the larger screen or in the small screens, and they don't know any better. So unless they see the alternative, they're not going to appreciate it. So our way of bringing them on our side has always been to showcase to them and show them the power and the impact it has by experiencing it, and then we get the positive response from the parents. Okay. Done? Oh, there's one more. There's a lady with a green board there, she's saying my time is up. Apparently she's got tomatoes as well.
Is there a way directly the parents can get into this B2C instead of B2B?
Oh yes, thanks to the COVID and the Radjou, so the world, I built an app. Sonia knows that I spent about 40-50 lakhs building an app, and then I realized my cost of acquisition, the parent is not willing to pay that money as much money I'm willing to pay to acquire you. So B2C unfortunately is not viable. Right, while it is great. So we work B2B. I have about 1,300 schools in India and about almost 1.3 million kids who use it. And my cost of acquisition of a school is less than 1 lakh rupees. Whereas my lifetime value of a school is 10 years. And my realization from a school is almost 50 lakhs for spending 1 lakh. Whereas my cost of acquisition of one parent like you is approximately 15,000. Unfortunately, it's so expensive to acquire an education customer parent in this country. And I can't charge you more than 1,500, 2,000 for the program. But I'll end up spending. So what you're saying, we built the app, it's just not financially viable for us to run it. Because sometimes those logics kill what we are doing. On the other hand, I'm very happy to report Karnataka is the first state that's introduced it for government schools. So all the social welfare department in this country, in the state, this is for the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes. They run the Karnataka residential schools, Christ schools, that's what they call. All the 800 of them are watching our films. We've dubbed them in English and Kannada and they love it. Right? So this is just the beginning, and hopefully in the next few years we will see a lot more state governments adapting. Thank you. So the lady with the board has taken away the mic, so you know what it means. Thank you guys, it was a pleasure. Thank you, Sonia and Gopi. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sultan sir. So the whole idea of Shift Talk is to change our perspective and the way we think about things. And I hope that this talk has helped us shift our perspective on education. And when this perspective has been shifted, there is no unthinking from the thoughts that we have gathered here. And we are moving further and further into a very powerful future. I will move to the next talk, but before that there is one announcement. There is a car KA01 MK0534. Whoever's car that is, it is parked somewhere in a lane here. There are valleys here. You can just go and check with the security. KA01 MK0534.
Yes, so we were speaking about the future and the shifting perspectives. And speaking of which, our next talk is very powerful. Let me introduce to you academician, author, researcher, senior administrator, Dr. Madhu Veeraghavan, who is serving as Pro-Vice Chancellor of Management, Law, Humanities and Social Sciences at MAHE Manipal, Pro-Vice Chancellor of MAHE B'LRU, TAISI Chair, Professor of Finance, and Dr. TMA Pai Endowment Chair in Management Research at TAISI Management Institute. Prior to this, he has served as faculty at leading B schools such as Griffith Business School, Queensland University of Technology, the University of Auckland Business School, Monash University, Melbourne. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. We would now request our COO, Radjou, to felicitate Madhu sir on stage, and let's forecast the future of education with his talk, Designing the Future University.
So whilst this is all working, I want to thank Sonia for having me here. If Sultan hadn't gone first for me, I probably would have said something very similar. I'm not a filmmaker, certainly, but I enjoy watching films. And actually it resonated a lot of stuff that he's actually said. I find the schooling system absolutely boring. I have two children. I'm a single parent. I have two boys. One of them has just started his undergrad program at Melbourne Uni. I was there in Melbourne until day before yesterday. And I've been grappling with this idea of how do you build a great campus? And when do you stop working with this nonsensical idea of absolutely standardized grades, rote learning, very, very memory-based stuff, stifling innovation, not allowing students to be creative? When do you get on this stuff and do something interesting, right? I think there's a video here, but I won't play it right now, just in the interest of time. I have some very interesting questions to ask, and I've been grappling with them. Perhaps I'll put them out here and we could probably have a chat. So I'll talk a little bit about MAHE B'LRU for those of you who don't know. So we want to be in the top 10 in every discipline. Stock standard mission statement universities will have that we want to be in the top 5, top 10. Nothing wrong, actually nothing wrong with something like this. But as you go through the presentation with me, you will see I have some very controversial comments to make. I know it's being kicked, but that doesn't matter. Actually, I love this kind of stuff. So I head the MAHE B'LRU campus. So we have a very vast 80-acre campus, very open campus in vibrant city of Bengaluru. We want to do something very different. Currently the university system is all about coming with curriculum with faculty, and that could be really 20 years old. We'll push the curriculum to students. They'll have some 20 different multiple choices tests or mid-semester tests, but nobody ever gives a damn about how much a student has actually learned. So universities have become great businesses. They think it's all about numbers, but it's not that. It is actually about stopping and pausing and asking, what has a student actually learned in 4 years of program that they spend at any university? Forget any university, right? How do you inspire and equip the skills, the knowledge and mindset to make these guys, or the future leaders, make a positive impact in this world? Some 7 years ago, I was invited at Oxford to give a talk on the future of education. I gave a very interesting talk, and some of that is actually here. So when I took over as the PVC of Bangalore, or MAHE B'LRU, I put together a very detailed vision statement for MAHE, and these are 5 pillars that I articulated. The first is education, knowledge and skills, right for each should be there. Research, innovation and impact. If you don't do good research, that is, if you don't create research, you actually cannot practice it, you don't disseminate it, it doesn't go into the classroom, then it's all very textbook oriented stuff. So research, innovation, impact is very important. Sustainability and community engagement. And again, I don't believe in doing lip service. This is very serious business. How universities engage with society and communities is really critical, right? And then digital transformation, which is already happening, and we can talk about it for hours and hours. And then how do you have global engagement? These are 5 pillars, and for each of these pillars, I put together very detailed statements on how, as a university, my university, we should achieve this over the next 5 years. And if you're interested, I can share the links with you. I don't have it here because we only have 20 odd minutes to talk to you about. So I want to get to something really interesting. And to a student, I'm sure you're not going to be studying at MAHE B'LRU, but suppose if you had somebody whose kids wanted to study, then we're telling them there are 10 professional higher education institutions in this campus. There are 300 plus amazing faculty colleagues of mine, and some of them are already here in this room. 7,500 students enrolled in the campus, and it's an 80-acre campus. So it's a very large campus, great facilities, great faculty, great labs, resources. People like Deepa who have been there for years are heading institutions, and so all great minds are there. So I want to talk to you a bit about the next sort of learning, right? How do you transform the education in the schools, in the classes, in the curriculum, and how do you create future careers, right? And you will give them global perspectives, or not. So the future of work is obviously changing, and most students who come to universities these days, at least in India, this is the norm. When will I get a job? I mean, they've thought that because they want to come to university, they need to get a job. And that's really a terrible way of looking at it. You don't, if you want a job, you go apply at Monster or Navi or somewhere else. Don't come to a great campus. You want a career, you do come to a great campus. You do come to a great university. Jobs, anybody will get you, right? So the world is changing, opportunities are changing, job demands are changing, expectations are changing, everything is changing. So how do you create a very innovative, cutting-edge, state-of-the-art curriculum, right? Job market is obviously important. So as a university, are you providing those skill sets? If you look at the World Economic Forum 2025 job report, skills report, they will tell you the sort of skill sets people need to have to get jobs, and how automation has changed virtually every industry. But we really don't care about those things sometimes. We don't teach any of this important stuff. We don't even think about the skill sets that a student needs to have 5 years from now. So think about data science security, think about cybersecurity law, think about creative economy, fintech banks. I mean, there are a variety, marketing, public affairs, we have regenerative medicine, entrepreneurship. Amazing amount of opportunities students exist, at least in MAHE B'LRU, because there are many things that MAHE Manipal has, which B'LRU doesn't, and there are things that MAHE B'LRU has that Manipal doesn't. For example, the design school, the law school, which exists only in MAHE B'LRU, does not exist in Manipal, right? So the campus is very different. It's a very evolving campus. It's a very futuristic campus. That's really what I'm keen on building. So as we transition to future work, watching it is what we call a multiversity that will equip you as creators, inventors, and futurists. That's the sort of university we want to create. And that is why it's important that when you're heading an organization, when you're heading a campus, you actually want to be very futuristic. So one of the things I'd spoken about in my Oxford speech was, how do you survive and thrive in the new world that will amalgamate the material, the biological, the psychological, and the digital? So I'll talk a little bit about each of these for a couple of minutes. So let's think about physical well-being, right? So part of the overall development that we have, very holistic, high-quality sports infrastructure. I'll talk a little bit about that in a few seconds. Very sort of inclusive campus, but a board campus. We talk about diversity and celebrations. All those things that are necessary that good universities should have. In terms of psychometric tests, we want students to be able to identify their potential to assessment, something that no university has tried, but we tried it last year. I think we'll try it again this year as well. Very personalized and career guidance, academic and career guidance, something that is really necessary for a great university. This is something we launched yesterday on campus. It's called MAHE. I showed some statistics. There are many students who are almost, I think, 700, 800 students. We did a survey, and I'll show you some numbers today. But everyone, somebody spoke about suicides at school and all that. Sonia, you asked a question, right? So there are so many students who are under tremendous pressure. If they don't get an internship, they're under pressure. They don't get a job, they're under pressure. If their friends get a job in Deloitte, the parents are going to say, well, how did they make it? You didn't make it. So if they have a failed relationship, they're under pressure. And we have around 7 counselors on campus who probably have sleepless nights because they work 24/7, dealing with all kinds of complex situations. And I don't think that's the answer. Therapy cannot be the answer to life problems, right? So we designed this amazing initiative called MAHE, and here is something that's very interesting. So we asked them, what's got you feeling on top of the world? And supportive family, if you can read from the back, but supportive family that's got my back, amazing social circle, starting a fresh chapter with college, steady, no drama relationship, feeling chill and calm, doing well academically, feeling like a topper. So many things that they said that makes them feel really on top. These are students, right? First year students, second year students. And here is students' emotional health. Total inner peace 3.6%, and here is minor fluctuations, mood swings, tangled emotions, emotional chaos, almost 97%. I mean, if this is not a telling statistic, I don't know what else is a telling statistic, right? So we designed this program yesterday. We launched it yesterday, actually. The spread team has been amazing, helpful. So Radjou, many thanks to you guys. So it's about experiential meetups. It's no class, no lecture, no assessments, no grading, no exams, right? It's a wonderful interactive session. We got some amazing power tools, hacks, tools and resources. Find your tribe, no assessment. This is a really important thing for a student. If there's no assessment, they're very happy, right? And then, okay, we have a CV boosting certificate, which of course in it. So there's a lot of good stuff that happens here. I'll just move a little bit to the digital dimension. So we are doing a big overhaul of the curriculum at MAHE, and somebody spoke about AI and how Deepa and I were talking about now how AI has literally made inroads in every aspect. So all this integration of AI tools is happening at a large scale. We have this autonomous mobility, a lot of industry work with industry, right? So this is something, the self-driven mobility solution. We have a wonderful lab. If you're ever coming to MAHE B'LRU, let me know. We will take you around the campus and show you some of the great labs Shishti has and MIT has at the campus. You should really come. It's just as beautiful as we are at the barn and spread right now. So on the sustainable practices, we are a very large campus, 80-acre campus. We put non-electricity bills into 20 crores plus. So we are the solar panel, rainwater harvesting, zero waste management. That's a huge rewilding initiative that's happening at the campus. There's a typo that's a 200,000 square foot gym. I don't think you'd have had a gymnasium like this. So if you see this gym, it's phenomenal at the campus. It's called Marina. This is the gymnasium. So for all the physical stuff the student needs to do, very similar to what we have in MAHE Manipur. Okay, now I will talk to you a little bit about the vision, and I have some questions that I'm going to ask you. Perhaps we can think about this. So my vision is to have a highly digital, flexible, really flexible, skill-based institution. I'll give you a quick example. I was picking up the courses for my son, who just joined a BA in psychology, economics, and neuroscience at Melbourne University. And some of the courses he's taken are something like, the integrated brain. A course called Darwin to Einstein. We cannot even imagine these courses in this country. Nobody would offer them. If somebody offered, nobody would take them because these courses won't get you jobs. A mindset of a student is so bad sometimes that he's taken 3 courses on the philosophy of science, disasters in science. These are courses they offer, right? I mean, we have the bandwidth. We should be offering some of the most amazing courses, but we don't, right? So we should be enabling students to select interdisciplinary programs, dynamic experience, and preparing you for an ever-changing world. We just don't do that. We don't do that enough, at least. I'm going to ask some questions, and these questions have been bothering me on how to build a great campus. I don't have the answers, but certainly food for thought. So how can faculty do their jobs better? And by this I don't mean some mundane tasks. I mean, how do you teach better? When you bring different curricula into your class, what innovative methods can you bring every year, every semester? What new thing can you do? How can you make the learning experience even more exciting? Right? And there are many examples of this. What can students in MAHE B'LRU fall in love with? I mean, other than the beautiful campus, the great gymnasium and all that stuff, what else can you fall in love with? Right? Does the student feel cared about at the campus? There was an example that somebody said at Harvard. Apparently they ran the student at 2 o'clock in the morning and they said, listen, there's a real bad news for you at the family level. So the student said, first year student, she said, oh, listen, I have a history test tomorrow, I have an English exam day after tomorrow. Just don't worry about all that stuff. At this point, you should be going home and we'll be looking after all of your other academic needs. So student they need to feel cared. So they did a survey at Harvard and asked them, can you name 2 people that you can immediately have a conversation with if you need to have a conversation? 86% of the students named at least 3 people in the campus. And they could be professors, they could be administrators, they could be non-teaching staff, but they could name them. So the idea is, does the student feel really cared about at the campus? That's the Vice Chancellor, Pro-Vice Chancellor, President, as we have in the North America. Would they encourage faculty members to try new ways, new approaches to teaching? And Geeta does a lot of excellent work, especially, so what are the new things you can actually do? What are the new approaches you can bring to teaching? Does our campus have a culture of innovation? And this is my real problem. When I moved from Melbourne to India, both my kids really struggled because they couldn't ask questions of the class teacher. They were saying, why are you asking these questions? I know what to tell you, you basically have to listen. So all of those things, and we don't really allow them to innovate. We get them to memorize and write in their examination book and they get a straight A at the end of it. So the whole culture of innovation is really important, and as a campus, I'd be damned if we couldn't do this. Do we know what our students have actually learned? How are we assessing them? So they were asking at Harvard, in 4 years, what are the best things you've learned? So the survey said there were only 30 things they learned in 4 years at Harvard. So, how do you assess these students? And what are we doing currently? We're assessing them on mid-semester exam, we're assessing them on final examination, and most of these questions are memorization questions, they're not even applied. They're absolute rote learning, right? Because you have a volume of students, you evaluate their answer scripts, right? Are we advising the students better? By advising, I mean career advice, course advice. Which course should you take? Did you take chemistry because you took chemistry in school, right? What experience are they having by learning at my campus? How do we map their experience? How wonderful has their experience been? Oh, sorry. I just have a couple more slides and then we are done. What relationship do we have with alumni? So here's an example of Georgetown. So I read this the other day. At Georgetown University, the alumni bring the students in first year and say, hey, listen, Sally, my name is so-and-so. I understand you're a first-generation student who's just joined Georgetown. If you ever want to talk to me, here is the number, give me a call. Not every alumni should bring their checkbooks and sign a blank check we give you. This is a great example of how you get connected. And how much do we do this? We don't. We will not connect with the alumni at all. We think, oh, we don't need them. That's a general tendency in finance. Okay. How are they contributing to a university? What's the tone of our campus? What is the first thing we want students and parents to do when they visit our campus? Do we want them to see how great a research school we are? Do we want them to see huge buildings? What do we want parents to see? Right? How are we orienting our teaching and research to the challenges we're facing as a world? There are so many societal challenges, right? Are we even talking about finding, Geeta and I have had so many discussions about this point, working on finding solutions to real world problems. Business schools were actually created to solve business problems, but no longer do we do that. We are talking about research and we're talking about the impact of research in journals, but we don't really care about what organization is facing and can you actually address those questions? I'm almost done. Are we an inclusive university? How bold you are, right? How many new things will a student learn? This is what I read at Harvard stuff. They said 32 things, and then the students decided they will go to the dean at Harvard and tell them, we want to see the experience of my classmates equally as interesting as some of us have had. You know what they did? They actually came to this idea called 10 big ideas, 10 professors, 10 minutes each. So they invited 10 professors and said, you talk about the 10 ideas you have, each of you will get 10 minutes. And the lines were so big to hear all these 10 different professors from different parts of the university. Imagine the learning, right? We don't talk about those. Are we engaging everyone on our campus to contribute in enriching learning experience, building a vibrant campus? So if we were to answer some of these questions, I think we'll do a very, very good job. I'll stop here and tell you simply belong, but transform. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I really enjoyed being here. I think I'm all been waiting the time. But I also want to thank Sultan. I don't know if he's still here, but for the amazing talk. I really enjoyed listening to you. And most things you said, I couldn't disagree. I really think we have a major problem on our hands where we are not allowing universities or students to actually look at the flexibility, or the lack of it is a better word. A student today cannot choose, if it's a business student, can't choose more than 2 subjects outside the business school. That's absolute nonsense. Because every problem in the world is so unstructured, and you want a structured solution, you'll never get it. So a student doesn't take a course on neuroscience, he doesn't go to a design school, he doesn't go to a law school, he doesn't go to an engineering school, he does everything from business school. A law student does everything from a law school. I just don't get it. I really don't get it. I've been telling my colleagues, stop this nonsense. I'm not going to mandate you guys that 30% of your electives have got to be from outside your cognitive discipline. Why can't we do it? Why should student take a biology course or something else which would actually expand their horizons? I'm going to stop. If you have any questions, very happy to answer those. If there are none, that means I've either done a very good job or a lousy job. I don't know what I did. Yeah.
Great, very inspiring. So one of the things that I've been hearing is that the younger generation is what we call multi-talented. So the consulting firms, I won't name them, but they're saying that they come and we put them in a practice area, but they have so many talents, they feel frustrated that they kind of pigeonholed in one practice area in a consulting firm, and they love to be part of different. Basically leverage the multi-talents across different jobs within the company or as explained in different companies. So are you sensing the same frustration? I mean, interdisciplinary can go only that far, but how would you kind of help young kids to explore their multiple talents?
That is something I'm really grappling myself, to be quite honest with you. I wish I had the answer to the question. Again, something that Geeta and I have discussed numerous times about how do we change the face of curricula, at least MAHE B'LRU, and the question asking is absolutely pertinent. One of the ways to do this is perhaps maybe once they do the foundation or core courses, which UC Berkeley has recently done it, where they have said that we wrote the MBA curriculum, but we want students to take at least 30% of the courses from outside the graduate school of business. And Oxford rewrote the entire from post-COVID, and they said, we will not teach you anything that we taught before 2021, 2022. So the problem also is also with the fact that faculty sometimes feel so comfortable with what they've been doing, they just don't want to get out because it's a comfort zone, they don't want to get out and do something different, right? So to me, a student has to get into different schools and enroll. And in MAHE B'LRU, we have 10 different schools. Imagine, a student doesn't take a single public policy course. He doesn't take a single design course. He or she doesn't take a single law course unless it's a core course offered in the first semester. And therefore, consulting firms are saying, hey, if you guys are a straight finance major, you know everything about balance sheets, I'll probably put you on a valuation desk. I can't think of anything else for you unless you go to the INSEAD and do an MBA 10 years later. So we have a problem. I'm the first one to accept. And I'm not sure what the solution is unless until at a university level we decide that at least when a student gets to a third year or second year onwards, allow them to go across the university and take courses for which they may not be prerequisite. So that is one way to answer, which gives them a really broader understanding or broader view of the world. Imagine this, an MBA student doesn't do a single philosophy course. Most business students at least will tap into a change. We've got anthropology, sociology, creative writing, right from slavery to everything else we teach them in the business school in the first year at TAP Bangalore. We've rewritten the whole curriculum. No other school in India does that. Everybody does marketing, economics, accounting, finance, HR in the first year, more of it in the second, more of it in the third. Tell me what a student does now. They have learned nothing. And you have 1,000 graduates coming out every year. We take only 300 and we say we will not take more numbers. So we're actually doing something very interesting. Perhaps you have to wait for 3 to 4 years to see a very completely revolutionized curricula at MAHE B'LRU. That's a very good question. Thank you. Just one here.
I'm Deepa Prahalad, and my husband was a professor. My husband was a professor at the University of Michigan Business School for 30 years. One of the things that he did and that I observed for the time that he was there was when he prepared for his lectures, of course he prepared them very thoroughly, told the students, if you're not prepared, let me know, so I don't embarrass you by calling on you. But at the end of every year, he would leave me these big bags of notes and, said, throw them away. So one day out of curiosity, I said, I want to know what is there in all these papers. And they were the notes that he had so painstakingly put together the previous year. So he said, did you throw those things away? And I said, no. I said, because when I looked at it, there was all the notes that you prepared last year. And he says, yes, all that learning is over. That was last year.
Absolutely.
And so this year, the world has moved on, and if I don't incorporate what is happening, I am not teaching the students anything new. He says the students will not know it, but I will.
I agree. I couldn't agree more with you. Absolutely. And that's exactly what I'm telling you. People teach what they read 10 years ago, and it's all dated curriculum. And that's why, at least in MAHE B'LRU from this year, we're going to sit down and relook at the curriculum of every school. Berkeley did it, Oxford did it, the Dutch School of Cambridge did it. All the top universities are very, very comfortable doing something like that. And I couldn't agree more with you. Some foundation stuff will be obviously important, but the multiplicity of stakeholders and all those concepts need to come through, but I agree. Yeah.
So I'm in grade 11 right now. I'm doing a new curriculum where 2 subjects are very new to me.
Okay.
You were explaining about how teachers give you the information and they don't care about if you understood it. But I wanted to know about what do you think about students getting a lot of information and getting 1 year, maybe like 6 months to give a board exam. And with all that information, new subjects, what do you have to say about that?
See, if I answer the question, Sonia will never invite me again. I've actually lost invites at many schools after saying something profoundly controversial.
No,
but I don't mind.
Yeah, frankly, I'm very sleep deprived because of it.
See, I'll tell you, I'm not a great fan of exams. I'm not a great fan of standardized assessments. You could have a really bad day and screw up the exams that day, but on any other day, you would have done a magnificent job. So personally, I think when you interview a student, so I'll give you this example. My son missed out on the Harvard second list this year. And when we contacted them, they said, listen, your son has an amazing CV. He's got 1500 plus SAT and all those kinds of things. He said, what happens is, if I stand at the top of the steps at Harvard, and I throw all the CVs down, right? The CVs that fall at the bottom of the step is equally as good. We could have picked them up. Your son would have easily made the cut. But unfortunately, he did not make it at Harvard, because we also want to see from the candidate what can they actually bring to Harvard, right? So you may have 1600 SAT, you may have many other things, but you will still not make it to a top school. So I've always had a problem with grades. I think there's much more than grades, much more than doing 8 courses in a. Imagine what happens in university. They do as per AICTE, you've got to do 1,050 hours, almost into 70 courses. And I'm thinking, do you even know the names of the subjects you've done? Forget what you've learned in them. Can you even remember the names of courses you've done as an MA student in this country? Impossible. Impossible. So our philosophy has been here, not in MAHE, but I'm generally saying the country, is more quantity and less quality. The moment we shift from quantity to quality, things will change. You can do 4 courses in a semester, but do them well. You don't have to do 40 courses and know nothing. That is the problem we have, and therefore you cram, you memorize, you have to get a straight A, because to filter, the easiest filter for a corporate when you apply for jobs is, have you got an 80%, have you got a 90%? So we have a real problem. I don't have the answer to the question, but I certainly agree with what you're saying. And this is also my frustration. I rant about this half the time with my Vice Chancellor, with all my colleagues. I hope to make a change. I really want to make a change, and I'm sure I will make a change. MAHE B'LRU, I can't speak other than. There's one question, if I have the time, I'll take it. If you tell me I have the time.
Hi, I'm from Strut, and often I'm a teacher as well. So what I've noticed is, again, the disservice that marks do to students, right? Because they can be really good students, but the parameters that we are gauging them on, which has been dictated by, let's say, power authorities outside of the inner circles or outside of people who understand what's going on. Often I find Einstein's quote saying, if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, you'll always think it's stupid, right? And I find that to be very true today, right? And I find maybe a more psychometric approach to evaluation would help. And you did speak about that. So I would really like to hear your thoughts on how you could standardize, because each student is different.
Yes.
Right? Like I have had great design students who are not very good at communicating and articulating their thoughts, while some others are greater managers and leaders than their core skills, right? So how do we also standardize but capture the intricacies of a student's personal abilities?
This is a very difficult question for me to answer. I'll probably be able to answer it right away, but I have some thoughts about it. Perhaps we can chat about it if we have time after tea. But surely one way is to have rubrics for assessment and look at Bloom's taxonomy to begin with, just to think about how even examination questions are set, right? Much of the questions are no longer applied. So, for example, how many times have you seen a professor give you a case to take home and say, guys, work on it, come back tomorrow and submit this? Not many schools do it. How many times have you seen a very applied question that you have learned a concept, but I want you to apply it? We don't do that many. So we will simply ask them to define, describe, explain, what. So very low level, low order words that go in designing examination questions. And that's because it's much easier to grade them. Because you're dealing with sheer volume, right? Thousands of students, you've got to evaluate them. But your point is not lost, because it is something that I've also discussed with my colleagues at MAHE B'LRU, and I have a legend sitting in the room in Geeta, so I'm sure I'll pick up brains on, in fact, there is some very interesting at Srishti. Srishti is a great example of how to actually innovate and how to learn from Srishti. And I tell all my colleagues, just go spend some time with them, you'll perhaps get something very interesting. So there are very good things happening. Perhaps you will hear more about it as we go through the process. But some things unfortunately cannot change. I'm also swimming against the tide, but I know that I have to do this because we don't want to destroy the next generation of students who come through the campus and actually doing a great disservice to excellent talent that cannot be simply defined by a letter grade or a mark. I mean, are you telling me that people who have not got the 90s and the 80s or 100s have not been great businessmen, have not been great creators of jobs in this country? Are you telling me everybody who's successful today is a great academic, has been a brilliant student? Absolutely not. I can give you 100 examples of people who have never been to school. They're so successful. Not everybody can do it, but at the university level, we also have to deal with processes and procedures and regulation. This requires a huge change, right from the government to the primary schools, to the kindergarten, and then to secondary schools, high schools, and when you come to tertiary education system. But surely we're a private university, we are very large, we have a institution of eminence, we can do a number of innovative things that we should do, which we can do, but we are not doing. But I'll talk to you more about it, and I'm sure I can pick something from you, and perhaps invite you to the campus, and maybe take your inputs on what else we can do better.
Awesome.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Sonia, one more time for having me here and for the 20-minute fame. My 20 minutes, thanks very much.
A quarter of a century has passed in the 21st century. We are now in 2025. And with your talk, Professor Madhu, it has opened a new world today for us. And
it's exact presentation, right? So please don't take pictures, enjoy the conversation. The second one is the parent trap. The third one is an impatient economy. The fourth one is dignity of work. And the last one, which is my favorite, is rewilding. Okay, so I'll be talking about the cost of hesitation. How many of you are getting those irritated spam calls, which are the fraud calls? Every one of us, right? Irritating, and we all hate it. There was a time where, I was like in control. I'm not in control anymore. And that's what I'm going to talk about. Like, I'm not in control of what's coming my way. There's a lot of garbage coming my way from the digital medium. And do I like it? No, I don't like it. Okay? Is my data safe with me? Not really. Right? My data has been shared by everybody. Right? I get random calls. People know, okay, I send a DHL courier to somebody, and the police is just like just after my life to take my money from my bank. It's happening, right? Why? Because human mind is quite creative, right? We have technology for our convenience, and slowly we misuse the technology, and now we are creating more an inconvenience for everyone. And that's exactly what's happening. And we're talking about generative AI. There's a lot of trash out there in generative AI. It's not good quality work. And that's exactly what's happening with people. Like, I don't want to trust this deep fake. I don't want to trust these pictures. I can just keep clicking these, As like Tom Hanks, I would say, he was like in some dental ad, and he's like, guys, that's not me, right? You see these crazy celebrity pictures turning into, I would say, sadhus and they're pathbreakers, these mid-journey pictures. Is everybody liking it? Not really, right? And that's exactly the cost of hesitation. And what are we doing about it? Nothing, I would say, right? I'm feeling like, am I safe? I'll give you an example about something where, I had a guy walking up to me in the office and saying that, hey, I've resigned, but I want to pull back my resignation. I'm like, wow, that's nice. You want to stay back with us? It's like, no, I actually need money. I'm like, what happened? Like, somebody duped him online for his life savings, completely washed out. And he says, now I don't know how I'm going to learn. So I was looking at retiring early, but now I'll have to earn back. So I want to come back to work because my money is all gone. And that's exactly what's happening with a lot of people. Trust me, the digital arrests are happening. And that's exactly what the life trend says. So what are we saying? What's next, right? We're trying to say that how are we going to take care of this as a brand, as a company, or as somebody who's creating solutions for them. And that's where I would say the convenience is shifting, and we want to probably take care of different platforms where brands need to create that trust. Okay, there was a time we were like okay with feedbacks and saying that okay, I trust this feedback, but I don't trust them anymore. So as a brand, as a designer, as a consumer, or whatever you're going to do, you make sure you're creating that authenticity, that transparency, because it's required. You want to tell them that your data is safe with you. And you don't want to tell them that, hey, I'm going to use your data and you don't know what I'm going to do with it, right? So you definitely want to take care of the cost of hesitation. And if you're crafting any solutions, I would say look out for these levers, especially the government also. They need to come up with smarter, stronger policies, right? And that's important. So that's what I would say is cost of hesitation. The other one is a very interesting one, the parent trap. Like a lot of people are talking about education today, and as parents, as a parent of, I would say, a 20-year-old girl, I know exactly, and I fell victim to this, right? Very early in my life, I would say, okay, so there's an iPad, there's a phone, and if I don't give this, my daughter will probably stay behind, right? So I definitely want to give her an iPad, or I want to definitely make sure that she's digitally savvy, because she's digitally born. So I start giving her all the various gadgets. And what happens? They are stuck to those gadgets. And now, as a parent, I'm in this trap. Because I am wondering now what's the quality time that she's using, right? about it, that how do I pull her out of that gadget world, right? Difficult. And exactly, I would say, look at the teenagers, you know, today, very, very influenced with social media. They want validation from social media. When I was young, I was fuck bothered how I looked like, right? I never bothered what my skin was, what my hair was, never. But today, teenagers are bothered about vitamin C, glutathione, everything that's out there. They're stuck. And exactly, a lot of them are stuck with discord, I would say. I remember there was a conversation that my daughter had, like, Mom, I'm in discord, and I think my friend needs help. I'm like, what happened? He's writing something which says he's quite suicidal, right? And I had to call the parent up and I asked her that, you know, hey, I think there's some problem with your child because he's writing certain things on Discord which I think the kids are not comfortable with. She says, yes, I am going through, I would say a psychologist, because he's going through therapy because his entire world is digital right now. He's completely socially awkward. And there is a Japanese term called hikikomori, right? It is about where kids were into social, like they just locked themselves into a room, they were very comfortable with a digital space, unkept, never went out, never spoke to people. And that's exactly what's happening today. A majority of them. I know parents feel, oh, my kid is on Roblox buying fashion. But is that real? Not really. You want to think about it, right? This is exactly the parent trap. So education especially need to make sure that they're reducing digital, is what I would say. Yeah, everybody wants to say, oh, I'm the great university, I'm bringing everything digital, I'm making sure that kids are out there very, very savvy. Not really. Bring back the physical, I would say. Bring back the physical. Make sure that you're creating those environments for them, and you're also making sure that I would just say, I'm rushing through this deck because it's a long deck, but I'm talking on the right points here, and making sure that you're creating those strategies, especially when you're reaching out to Gen Zs and Gen Alphas, right? You want to create those worlds for them. You want to make sure things are more physical and less digital. And that's exactly where I would say with your brands also, like if you're creating for education, I'm speaking to listening to a lot of education people here today, you know, bring back that tactile feel. You know, make them learn through play and not through gadgets. That's important. And start looking into that direction. The next one is impatient economy. How many of you are following some food blog or some health blog, or how many of you are doing probably keto diet, or I would say intermittent fasting? Everyone, right? Did you go to a doctor? Not really. You just read WhatsApp, you just read Insta, and you decided this is good for me, right? That's exactly what's happening today, right? Today people like to learn from a crowd or a known source. They do not want to learn from, say, a doctor or a dietitian because they're very happy, you know, and they want it fast. They want it quick. They want validations, right? Am I getting this quick? Am I getting it fast? And is it trusted? Because yes, I did have hesitation earlier, so I want to know, is it trusted? Today, my building's WhatsApp group is far more safer than somebody giving me feedback, right? Because I would probably say, who's a good dentist? And probably my WhatsApp group will say, hey, go to this dentist. But probably I might not go to Google, check out, read all the feedbacks, because I know these are paid feedbacks, right? And that's exactly what's happening, right? So I would say today people are taking health in their hand, okay? I would say they're all becoming health conscious. Everybody's fitter. I would say everybody's looking younger. That's good, that's great. But they're doing it through crowd. They're doing it through, I would say, quick solutions. We do not know how long it's going to last, right? And one good thing is happening. I was just listening to somebody talking about, I would say, mutual funds and savings and something like that. A young guy, okay? That's exactly what they're doing. Probably in my teens, I never knew what mutual funds were. I'm now probably very, very savvy about what's happening. I need to know what savings are. And I need to look into how do I save, right? And that's exactly through crowd. That's exactly through social media. That's exactly through influencers. And today they are teaching me about finance. Today I'm probably listening to some financial guru and like, wow, I need to make some financial decisions. I need to save money. Had I listened to this earlier, probably I would have been richer, right? But this is what's happening right now. This is a trend. Is what I'm talking about, right? The impatient economy. And how do we take care of this, right? One good thing about this, I would say one bad thing about this impatient economy is people are also taking shortcuts. And they are leaving their ethics behind, okay? VPNs, I think a lot of people's phones have VPN, right? That's unethical, but they're doing it, shortcuts, right? I want it quick. There was a time, I don't think any of us used to use VPNs, but now everybody is using it. I don't want to pay, I don't want to go into that little subscription, I'll probably just take a turn around. And that's impatient economy, right? And how do we cater to this impatient economy is to make sure that we are catering to the right channels and the right influencers. Because that's absolutely important. And another very important thing is, especially the marketing ones, right? In the marketing strategy, you want to make sure you are creating trusted, I would say, sources of information to make sure that they are crowdsourced right? If you're creating that group of people, or if you're probably promoting a glutathione, you should actually do the right read-up and then do it. Because you want to make sure that you're giving it right. And today people want it fast, right? There's no harm in that. Like, I want it fast, I don't want to waste my money. I really don't want to go to a doctor, probably sit with a skin person, shell out that huge bill. At the end of it, that person is still going to write a sunscreen for me and a vitamin C, and I know I'm supposed to have it, right? So let's cut the clutter. Because that's what I'm talking about, right? So that's impatient economy. This is a very interesting one, which is dignity of work. Today, people are talking about Gen AI taking away their work. Unfortunately, I would say ChatGPT's work is gone because of DeepSeek, right? So I would say that's happening, right? So technology will come, technology will go. But people should not feel insecure, and companies should not make them feel insecure. That's absolutely required. You need to be, I would say, respectful about what your employees bring to the table and not what AI or a machine is bringing to the table. Okay? A machine is a machine. A lot of people have started personifying AI, and that's not right. And that's where they're losing their employees. Blame it to the pandemic also, I would say, where people have started realizing, I don't want the hike, I'd rather have my work-life balance. Right? People don't want to go that extra mile. They don't want to push the envelope because they say, I'm happy with the money I am because I'm not getting that respect from my firm. Right? And people are pressured into doing more and more and more. Faster, faster and faster. I know you're showing me a point and that's why it's going very fast. But I would say this is exactly where you want to take care of your employees, right? And you want to make them feel valued. You want to make sure that you draw a line between technology and people and you value them. It's absolutely required. And technologies will come and go, trust me. I would say, coming from a technology's world, I would say technology should be like air, just around you but not visible and not in your face. It should just enable you, and it should not be something which is like you're just making me handicapped or maybe me probably arrested with it, right? So I'll say that's dignity of work. I would say you get this document, so don't worry, you can probably read it. This is my favorite one, Rewind. How many of us are now liking to listen to vinyls? How many of us are still liking our black and white photography? And are we going out there and buying a camera with a film roll again? Right? That's human nature. To going back to what you like. Going back to where you feel comfortable. Right? And that's exactly what's happening. In an environment like, deforestation and everything, they started doing rewilding, right? That's exactly what's happening with us today. Right? We are taking digital detox. Because we are tired of our mobile phones. We are tired of being around with technology. And we're tired with seeing these constant Insta messages. Phones are doing that. They are now monitoring how much time you are having. You have sleep modes. Earlier you should not have all of those, right? exactly what rewilding talks about. And I would say a lot of kids now prefer to go to thrift stores. You know, there weren't any thrift stores. Everybody wanted everything spanking new first. And now there are thrift stores around you, right? Everybody wants to go back. People want to go cycling. People want to do, you know, different things outdoors. I'd rather meet my friend. The online dating apps are seeing a decline, right? People don't want to meet online. They want to meet offline. Everybody wants to have that fun. And that's exactly what rewilding talks about. You know, I would say plain sans serif text is gone. People like more cursives now. People are liking ornate. Why? Because they're tired of minimalism. They're tired of that sleekness. Enough of that, you know, Apple lookalikes, right? Everybody wants some more stuff. Now there's no trend in fashion. Everybody's having their own trend. Like someone's a boho chic, someone's minimal, someone's Indian. Like everybody's doing it their way. Because everybody's finding themselves. And that's exactly what I would say. Let them find themselves and create for them. And not for what your brand wants or what your company wants. And I would say we will be very mindful about all of these trends, because this is just what I would say, not this year, but it's going to be here for another good amount of time. And we've seen, like, you know, every 25 years, things come back. And that's exactly what's happening, right? We were very smitten by technology. We were very smitten by a lot of digital things now. People are coming back with feature phones. They don't want smartphones. Yeah, I want the technology, I want convenience, but I don't want interference. And that's this year's theme, right? I don't want you to interfere with my life. I want my privacy, but yes, I want technology. I want to do that GPay because that's convenient, that's fast. It's not intervening anywhere around with me. But I would say, I don't want you asking me for my data. I don't want you to dictate how I want to experience things. I want it my way. And that's what Life Trends is talking about. Thank you very much.
Hi, thanks for the insightful thoughts. How do you go about compiling a report like this?
Yes, I spoke earlier. What we do is, like, we do this every year, okay? And this is almost a Bible for us, because not just for us, but I would say as design people who craft experiences. So we want to know the pulse of people, and everything starts with research. So there's a lot of heavy research that goes into this. We talk to a lot of academicians, like we're talking to people at Harvard, we're talking to Oxford, Stanford. Actually, Stanford works very closely with us. We almost go to, I would say today, we have design studios across the globe, 125 design studios. So we're just floating surveys. We're floating surveys, we're talking to people, gathering insights, and then distilling them. And also, we're talking to our clients, because they are gathering that data and they know what trends they are coming up with, what people are hesitant, what's working, what's not working. Once upon, I would say, like, you know, people used to put a lot of money in Facebook for marketing. Yesterday I read a report where Uber said Uber has slashed down the entire budget on Meta Facebook marketing because they never saw any returns. And they're talking about $35 million. Okay, so this type of research data we get, and we sensitize it, we crystal it, and then we come up with life trends. And these are life trends. We don't say this is technology. We do have technology trends also. So this is about how human behavior is changing and how people are changing.
When you talked about the thrift stores and all of that, I think what has happened, just a reflection, you know, what has happened is the more things we get, our relationship with things is changing.
Yeah.
You know, so we don't have that relationship anymore. So we are okay to go to thrift stores. That's why we don't want the spanking new. The same thing with Uber, etc. You know, I don't want that car. I want it when I want it. And I think when you connect it back to tech,
yeah.
Again, there it's the same thing. I want it when I want it.
Yes.
You know, so actually, with all of this technology, I think we're getting more in control. The my way that you talked about. it's coming down to my...
Absolutely.
I want what I want, when I want it. Imagine the whole world is my wardrobe in terms of information and things that I can pick it up when I want it. It's just an insane...
I would say last year's trend was about paradoxes. You know, where I would say one moment I'm vegan, but one moment I'm very happy probably having a cake in my friend's house. I'm okay about it because I'm not doubting what's gone into it. Another moment I'm a fitness freak, but another moment I have gluttony. So I do all of these things, right? And that was about pandemic, right? I would say paradoxes, right? Sorry? Saying something?
Azmina. Congratulations, very nice presentation, like the entire show. I have a very specific question. You talked about what the customers are wanting or the way they wanted to engage with the brand, right? Can you give some idea about how the brands, the companies, the businesses are willing to invest on the customer experience rather than much more focused or obsessed with the brand?
Absolutely. So I'll just give you a very good example. That particular piece of work is not launched, but it is for an e-vehicle, okay, in India, okay, and we always have the attitude of how much mileage, okay. There's a very famous ad that says, "Kitna deti hai Maruti," right? I would say. So that's exactly where, you know, if you would typically create a website for an e-vehicle, you talk about the features, you talk about how great it looks, the metal body, this, that, all of those things, right? But we went the other way around. We said, today an e-vehicle, people are skeptical. They want to know, where will I charge? Okay? And how much does it cost? What is the petrol saving? And probably a lot of people are giving these ballpark figures on their website, but nobody's actually giving a calculator. So we decided that let's put in a calculator. Okay? We'll put in a calculator to show you how easy it is, how great the EMI is, and also we'll show you the charging points. Okay? And we made that the hero feature rather than making the product the hero feature. Because that's going to help you buy. That's going to solve your hesitation. Right? Because you are hesitant to buy that piece of thing. So let's solve for that. Right? So we do that. And I would say today, companies are very, very willing. Seeing a decline. Okay, there's so much clutter out there, and that we call it a sloppiness. Okay, of technology or social media, all of that. There's so much content and so much clutter that you really don't know. Yeah, first every year I have 50 students. Just in my studio, like I'm talking about India. Like I have 500 designers under me, and every year we hire 50. This year we are actually struggling. We are not able to get that discipline, that good work out of them. And now, like I'm literally planning new ways of engaging them. And a good engagement, I would say, is I created 2 board games with UX laws. Rather than giving them a presentation and saying, hey, learn these UX laws and apply them every day in your work, apply the HITS law and the FIX law and all those laws, what I have done is we've created board games. And I said, guys, these are some laws, go out there and create 2 games and come back. Okay, and they created these games. And these are some amazing games which they play. And when I asked them, how did you feel about it? She said, I'm so thorough with my laws now. Right? So you want to bring back play again. You want to see how you want to engage them. And now, when they are put on the projects, they know exactly what to apply. Right?
Just gamify.
Not just gamify, you want to find different ways. They are smart. The attention span is less. They are super smart, trust me. I like to hire them because I learn from them. Okay? I'm quite dumb because I'm just a 10th person. Like I would just say, I was just a pass out from 10th grade and I graduated in painting. Okay? But all my smartness comes because I've been constantly engaging with them. I've been constantly learning from them. So yeah, I would say I learn from them. In return, you want to see how you want to arrest their attention and get the best out of it. Thank you. Any question? Last one.
Hello.
Hi.
Gopi, hearing you, and I can relate to most of the topics that you touched upon. I'm also a mobility designer. So
Sorry, you'll have to speak a little louder.
it's okay. I'm also a mobility designer.
Yeah.
And I'm also an amateur farmer. And I can relate to a lot of topics that you mentioned about, humans are not made the way that we can jump from one part of the technology to completely a nostalgia part of it. But I wanted to ask you a very simple question. You are always going through a lot of data, research, findings, insights. What is your detox routine?
My detox routine?
The digital detox routine.
My digital detox routine is my walk with my dog.
Thank you, thank you.
Life trends that you have shared with us today, Azmina ma'am, has really helped us in this shift talks to identify very important shifts that are happening in 2025. And I'm sure a lot of work and research has gone into it. So thank you so much for sharing those insights with us. I want to ask you all a question. How many of you ate alone today, like not with anyone? Is there anybody who just ate it? Never me, anybody else? Yeah, just alone, not with anybody else. Okay. So 99% is like, they did not eat alone. So our next speaker, Gopi Bylupalla, a coastal Andhra boy who believes in a philosophy of never eat alone. So that's great. Books, people, food and movies are his madness. He doesn't know much beyond it, so don't even ask him. It's of no use of asking anything beyond that. So let's see what he would love to share with us today. Big hand of applause for Gopi sir. And I would also ask Radjou to felicitate Gopi sir.
Decade of my life, which is, as we said, I don't know anything beyond books, people, movies and food, and my personal life and my professional are pretty much interlinked. So the ones whom you are seeing on the frame is, the extreme left is my mom and this is her sister. So I got a question in 2014 that there are around many restaurants in the city, but whenever my friends come to my home or I go to their friends, the vessels almost get empty. That means there is something which we all love, relate, and also we are really appreciative appreciable if we go to others' home. The food is suddenly becomes very interesting. It might be because of diversity, it might be because of different tastes, maybe different preparation, but we love our, maybe a brinjal fry or a chicken fry little bit better if it is coming from neighbor's home. Maybe because a lot of times we eat the same food, the same way. I got a question in 2014 that how to do a social experiment of inviting strangers to home, charging 500 bucks and making them taste my mom's food, because I always felt my friends loved it and a lot of people loved, so I wanted to do an experiment. I told my mom and she shooed away because she said there are around 10,000 restaurants in the city. Why will someone come to our home, pay food and eat? I mean pay and eat, right? That was 2013-14. But I convinced and we posted on Facebook. That is a bit new era of Facebook. A lot of people thought it is a prank. We are inviting them to home and we are feeding them, we are charging, so a lot of people thought it is a prank. But one person took risk, and that's what Mr. Rambabu, and he took risk and other 9 members paid. And that is how we hosted our first meal for strangers in our home. And that is how our journey began of experimentation of, okay, people can come to other home, eat, pay, and they can still relate. That's where we started that experiment. And the one you are seeing is me with another 2 people from Qatar. I love cooking, I love feeding, and this is one, I make decent biryani. So this is one of those sessions where I really enjoyed teaching them biryani. So I'm showing this picture is my language throughout my life was food. Whether I have to say I love you to my girlfriend, whether I have to say sorry to my sister, always I used food as a medium and I started communication. That is what my language was. And this person, I have to tell very specifically, I work with Michelin stars, I work with Masterchefs, I work with celebrity chefs, executive chefs, but still, this guy is pretty interesting in my life, and this guy's name is Amir. When I started the experiment at my home, lot of neighbors have started, lot of people have started hosting dinners in our platform. And one day I got a call that Gopi bhai, I want to make a feast and I want to host dinner. And I got a call from one of the cafes. So I thought the call is from the cafe owner. When I went visited a cafe, I came to know that he is not a cafe owner. And then he called twice, Amir, no response. Third one, there was a big NCDC gali, and the guy ran out of kitchen and came with a bit old clothes and stuff. That is Amir. He is a cleaner in the cafe, and I should say that from Hyderabad, he is the most consistent contestant of Masterchef, who has almost, I should say, 150 dishes, and he is still not a chef. What he does is, interestingly, throughout the kitchen, throughout the day, he observes the chef, and he starts going back to home, he starts making the same recipe in the other way. And he has strawberry mutton, he has keema kachoris. Believe me, trust me, this guy can beat any chef. Deepa, if you are here, you can compete with him. So, why I'm sharing this picture is, this night was very important for him and for me. After this dinner, he literally cried. He said, Gopi bhai, mere ko paisa to mila, but what I got is izzat. Lot of girls, lot of boys, part of the dinner, hugged him. In cafe, we know that we don't even touch a cleaner. So the first stereotype broken here, that don't judge a person based upon his background, based upon his clothes, based upon his car. That is my biggest learning, and this guy still teaches me. Trust me, this picture is with me always, because this is true. We judge a lot based upon the brand we wear, based upon the car we drive, based upon the flight we go. This guy teach me that day, and that was a big learning for me. I still follow it. And these are all strangers. We do a lot of experimentation, and strangers started meeting in the feast, and they started hosting a different feast. They all were bikers, and they went to a nearby village, and they visited this home. This is almost like 100 years home in Telangana. They visited and they had a blast, and this was one of the pictures. And the guy who is in the water pool is one of the CEO of a company. But they all forget their titles, they all forget their backgrounds. they immerse into an experience. And this is what food does, right? It unites people, it bonds people, it really makes people close. And this is one of the memorable feasts we have. And again, these are all strangers but having really good times together. And we all know this gentleman, Milan. So when he came to Hyderabad, he was still not married. So he came to our studio. We have a small studio in Hyderabad, and he cooked along with, of course, I don't know why still today the Milan has a great fan base in women. So still this guy can really pull a lot of women power. So that day also a lot of fans came to meet him, and he has cooked along with him. So this one, I don't know how many you relate, but this is one of the dishes in Andhra. We call it panasa pattu idli. The idli batter, which is steamed in jackfruit leaf. When we were doing the feast, I was seeing one guy rolling on tears. I was thinking why this guy was in tears. I went and I asked, and he's saying that this made me remind my grandmom. She passed away, but I was taking a bite, and it is reminding my grandmom. Again, another lesson that food is not just what we eat on Zomato or Swiggy. Food is an emotion. We all connect. There is a lot of memories. I always believe in one thing, that an ordinary food can become extraordinary based on the person whom I am sharing with. So this is an extraordinary moment on that day, and that is something where I really enjoyed listening to the stories. Again, here in this picture, you can see there is a diversity in the religion. This is a Onam fest happening, but there was a lot of other people from other religions who were actively part. So we always unnecessarily create a lot of barricades, a lot of walls between, but really realistically on the ground, the people are nice, people are sweet, they help each other. And if you see, you can't even identify who is Hindu, because there was a Christian, there is a Muslim, and there is a Hindu. That family gave that saris to everyone, and that is a uniformity. So a great lesson again I learned from this piece, that people are good, people are basic. We are unnecessarily tagging them with a lot of stereotypic thought process. This is another, okay. I have a very, very strong story, interesting story about this. The person is that I was still working in Oracle, and I was hosting feast, and it was a very happy moment. We were going good, and Ramzan came. Ramzan came, and people said, Gopi, I will bet my life. I was having lunch, I still remember the lunch. They took 5 credit cards, placed on the table, and they said that ab tak tumhara chal raha tha, abhi nahi chalega, because Muslims don't allow strangers into their homes. Okay, that was 2014, by the way. We passed a lot, we all became so progressive in our thought process. But that was I was shocked in Oracle. I'm not talking, this happened anywhere. We are all Oracle technology drivers, and 5 credit cards came on the table saying that Muslims own strangers, host strangers. Ramzan is for them and their family and their friends, not for strangers. So you will fail. If you pass, you can use a credit card. Number 1. Number 2, another stereotype or anything is, how do you think they will host? Because women doesn't even come out of kitchen. They wear burqas and they will be in the kitchen. Another stereotype. And this person, Mr. I found around this person is Ahmed Raja. He's a CA. I posted on the Facebook that can anyone host Ramzan? And this person came forward, and except their family, everyone you see in the frame is Hindus. Okay? So, in the history of feast, I must say this is one of the most beautiful feasts, one of the most fantastic feasts and dinners we had. The kind of progressiveness, the kind of hosting they have done. I still remember the halim, I still remember the sheer kurma auntie made. So this is another learning that we stereotype a lot. Instagram University teaches a lot. So we need to stop using Instagram, we need to start talking to real people, and that's another story, another learning from my life, that don't really hear and get influenced by people. I mean, there are a lot of good people again. And this is another sweet memory. Maybe few of you identify, this is a chef, Pankaj Baduria, the first Indian Masterchef. When I was doing feast, I got a lot of difficulties that we were not able to host people always in the homes, because I might be the great chef, but my home might be very small. It might not be hygiene, and even chefs wanted to host dinners. So we wanted to host a dinner, open a culinary launch, and I went all the way to Lucknow randomly to her academy and said that Pankaji, and you are a great inspiration not for just women, for men also. You have achieved something being a school teacher to the first Indian Masterchef. So I want you to come and bless me and open. She charges a bomb, she doesn't travel less, and she charges a bomb and she only stays in suite. And trust me, she didn't charge a penny. She came from Lucknow, she blessed me, and she opened, and that is the first beginning of my journey. That is because of her, a lot of PR came, a lot of chefs came to see, and that is where my even first investments came from there. So if you go and ask people, they'll say, there are people who are ready to help, but we should ask. So this is one of the first inaugural dinners what we have done. This is done by Chef Mandar. Okay? I'll tell you one story again here, because this is design open, right? One thing I think Sonia also agrees, the best designs come when we challenge. You should not accept design, you should challenge design. You should challenge designer. For me, chefs are creative designers. Mandar by then is one of the most executive chefs, most successful chefs. I am a first time bare amateur entrepreneur, and the guests are all traveled minimum 15 countries. Each one on the table was traveling 15 countries. So the excitement I have to create for both of them, right? So I said to audience that please come to dinner. I'll give you something you never ever had in your life. I am not saying you will have a best biryani, but while Girish is walking out of the gate, he should not remember biryani, he should remember experience. Again, when Mandar, when he's hosting, I said that you have hosted many dinners, but I don't want a regular stereotypic dinner. I want to really give something distinct. So that was a challenge I threw to both, and that is a design what chef has put a lot of thought process, presented Hyderabad in a very different way. And the design, if you see, this is a very interesting design. At the time, that is really a progressive thought by a chef. So you need to challenge design, you need to challenge designers, you need to work with high performance teams. If you work with high performance teams, the output will be amazing, unexpected, and that is how you enjoy, they enjoy, the audience, that means the customers enjoy. This is again my first dinner at Kalyan Launch. And we also work, Sultan, I was listening to you, you were talking about kids, that we are also fortunate, not as good as you, but we dealt with 5,000 kids in my life, trained them, but your universities and classrooms are one great medium for education. My classroom is kitchen. I put kids in kitchen and I teach them life skills. I won't teach cooking. For me, there are a lot of parents mistake that we teach cooking recipes. What I teach is the first lesson in our kitchen is failure. Because if a girl says no, boy can't even sleep for 1 year. I don't know why. So if we interview fails, what is that? What is that?
1 year.
Yeah, minimum. At least I didn't sleep.
I knew that.
So what happens is entrepreneurs can't take failure, investors can't take failure. We fail in a cricket match, in a World Cup, we can't take failure, we blast the TV. So failure is a very important lesson I think everyone has to learn, accept, adopt, and that's what we teach to the kids, that the first recipe what I give in the kitchen is a wrong recipe. You don't believe one guy has, I don't know how many watched Kabir Khan and Arjun Reddy. That guy was a short mini version of Arjun Reddy. He threw the tray nearly 5 feet away because the cookie was broken. He didn't get the cookie right. The anger management was really, I couldn't even believe myself the kids could have that kind of an anger because his cookie was wrong. So I said that, boss, if 5 feet the tray flies, if the cookie is wrong, what will happen if you fail in an exam? What will happen if you fail in a venture? What will happen if a girl says no? Right? Life will make you fail 100 times. So be prepared. So that is what we teach kids, and we are fortunate to work with many children. Schools trust us, parents trust us, and we again create a lot of experiences. We design experiences for kids. We don't really make a cooking session, we really make them interesting. For that a lot of design process goes through. So I have to tell you one thing, I'll come to that later. Okay. This is my daughter. She has done a bake sale when she was 3 years old, 3.5 years old, and she learned a lot of lessons in that bake sale. She thought the moment she is baking a cookie, everybody will buy. That is not how it goes. So she failed. shifted her stall 5 times in our residential community, and later she understood that there is a lot of hard work has to go to sell. So I also put my kids in the kitchen. I also make them understand the basics of entrepreneurship, and now they are better. They are far better. And this is again a Gujarati feast. A Gujarati family hosted a lot of memories. Again, this is another interesting dinner for me, where the one who is this person, this is Veeraghavan, the only official person in India who can actually have rights to talk about Gandhiism across the world officially. Modi allows him and encourages him to go and talk about Gandhiism. He's a patron of Gandhiism. So this is a Gandhi feast. Every dish on the table was a favorite dish of Gandhi, and this lady has cooked and we spoke about Gandhi. We had a lunch on topic of Gandhi while eating the favorite food of Gandhi. Okay, a lot of people think I am in a business of food, but rarely people know that I am in a business of people. Food happens for me. So we are really, I'm glad I worked and I met a lot of wonderful people. So it is always about people, and then comes food, then comes anything else. So that is quite important for me to handle and to meet as many people as possible, because they are the ones who actually taught me a lot in life. And we also take a lot of pride in indigenous culture. So whenever an expat comes to Hyderabad, we take an interest to teach them our indigenous food and culture and cuisine. So a lot of expats enjoy cooking, and this is Garima chef, Garima Alora, the Michelin star, the first Indian Michelin star. So she hosted a dinner, she hosted a workshop understanding our Indian food. Okay, very interesting, right? Anyone who sees this frame thinks she's a sister and she's a sister-in-law or a relative, but actually they met only 2 hours before. When you go to someone's home, meet someone and eat food, automatically there is an emotion, and you suddenly don't just see it is a commercial connection, it is about people. So there is a lot of nice warmth and nice hugs, nice smiles, nice memories where people will actually carry on when they actually dine at home. This is another, okay, Facebook didn't believe us when we were charging a bomb to host dinner. So this is a Facebook team, all the way came from Mumbai to understand what feast was in 2014. And okay, when we start community, right? We started community at the time, and people went beyond dinners, they started cooking together also. So they enjoyed cooking, and they really started spending time together. And for the corporates also, as I said, when in culinary launch, at corporates we use food as a medium, and we teach a lot to the corporates. This is one of the Microsoft induction programs where we are doing food truck challenge, and we were teaching them how their company values, how their company culture can be better using food truck. These are a few good memories. I think, we do a lot of research. 2 of the founding teams of our research team is also there, Vinay and Gopi. We do research to understand, this particular things taken across, because we go to the deep roots of Telugu states. We go deep roots of Telugu to understand Telugu culture, cuisine, heritage, and we try to see how beautiful this country is, how beautiful this place is, and we document. This is part of our research, and the research project name is Onamalu. And again, another opportunity for us to learn and unlearn and relearn about our own country. Okay. I don't know how many of you know about this community. This is a leather puppetry community 200 kilometers away from Bangalore, which is Anantapur near. And she's one of the national award winners. She's one of the greatest artists where Indian government respects. And they stay in a small village with 3 lanes of village, but half of the time they don't have power. And 13 national award winners are there in the village. There are no roads, half of the time no electricity, not water, but still she's one of the greatest artists. And my friend was asking her, Amma, I'm really sad about you. Why don't you come with me? I will show you what Hyderabad is. And I'll really make you happy. I'll take you to Hyderabad. Yeah, fine, but she said humbly that, yeah, fine, but I have my flight to Italy next week, so I'll meet you after once I'm back. So don't again judge lady because she's not in suite, okay? She is a most traveled woman, more than anyone in this room. She visits lots of countries, promotes leather puppetry, and come back and again makes her own work. So don't bark Gyan without knowing who the other person is. Okay, these are strangers. When we do research, we really don't have friends, right? We are a startup. When we are doing strangers, the people on the road become our friends. These two are the best friends in Kurnool who actually made their day one day dedicated to us and showed Kurnool. There is a pride of the region for them that Kurnool is ours. We will show Kurnool. So very, very sweet guys. And this is one of, we don't just enjoy food, we don't just feast, we don't celebrate, we also take our big responsibility to make sure that the good food is available for others also. So I'm not sharing much pictures, but this is just one of the pictures where we do a better workout team. Yeah, I think I'm done. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for listening.
Any questions?
Stories don't have questions, but I'm
Hi, this was very nostalgic for me, presentation, and parts of it reminded me of some of the documentaries I watched by J.B. Oliver. Very interesting stuff. So just wanted to share that my mother used to be part of this group called the Authentic Cook, and we used to host meals at home in Mumbai and Kerala meals. And I just resonate with everything you said about bringing people together and meeting new people. It's so wonderful, and congratulations to you for taking it to a different scale altogether. And for my mother, at the age of 75, it was the first cash that she got. It was very empowering. So that's the power of this kind of initiative. Thank you.
Hi. So stories don't have questions, but I think in each story you try to convey a certain point that typically design thinkers or designers would need to take care of. But what I also understand, you don't come from a formal design as a practice. Most of it came because you love that particular topic or the subject of cooking and using cooking as a medium to connect. But for somebody who wants to translate, so does it mean for design practitioners who don't have passion for subject A or subject B, how do they carry on, because you are into multiple disciplines depending on who your client is?
Sonia wants to answer. When you have a master's,
connecting the dots, I think, and I was telling Girish that actually, what this shows is, that you're doing the work authentically. And I think even what we discovered when we were working on ICB is that we went deep, we went so deep, we all became researchers. And when you do that work authentically, it shows. Food never lies. You can taste it, And I think design too cannot lie. It has to be authentic. But because you asked that, I just said this. However, what I wanted to say to you was I wanted to make you an offer. And the offer was bring design at this kind of engagement to ICB and let's bring food here. So you want to do the food work because then you can't fool around with the food, but you want to do this kind of work here where you want to give chefs a platform, we're happy to do it here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that talk. So it's an emotion, it's an upliftment. It's a language helping us to understand people and culture. So thank you for that talk, Gopi sir, the language of taste. We'll move to the next talk. I would introduce our next speaker, Dr. Harini Santhanam. She is an environmental scientist and an associate professor, leading a wonderful New Age department, public policy at Manipal Academy of Higher Education in the Bangalore campus. She also brings a treasure of experiences from her work at IISc and NIA's Bangalore campus.
through the lens of environmental data, Dr. Harini saw that humans can be both part of the problem and the solutions space at the same time. Researching public policies as social models, she came to appreciate the differential roles played by science and technology as public goods, agents of transitions and catalysts of development and the transformation of society. Her big dream as an academic researcher is to co-create impactful and strategic policy pathways to resolve environmental issues with multiple stakeholders. With Dr. Harini, we will explore some ideas on how sponge cities can be built in places like Bengaluru, taking cues from nature-based solutions. Plus, how thought leaderships that recognize values and governance policies can create pathways that can help achieve this in the medium to long term. Let's welcome Harini ma'am with a big round of applause and a token of our appreciation.
A very good evening, everyone. I'm usually invited to academic forums, and this is one of the very rare times that I'm here at this lovely place. Thanks to Sonia, Radjou, and the entire spread team for inviting me here. It's a very unique place. I see a lot of things that I want to imbibe into my own learning, the personal journey. I see here, and it's great to be here. Thank you so much for joining me today. I'm coming from this very exciting space within the multiversity of MAHE, which Pro Vice Chancellor Professor Madhu Veeraghavan had earlier mentioned. And we are a very niche program with small student population, and we're looking at big things in the globe and the nation and where we live. So pardon me if I go overboard on some of these things, but that's how we are made. And I want to begin with a small story. In January 2023, I was fortunate enough to be invited as a judge at the National Children's Science Congress in 2023 at NAL Bangalore. And there I was just sitting around looking at these interesting student projects that were being shown. And one of the projects was from, two students, Lamsingba and Galileo. And they entered like this: make way, Loktak Lake is coming, and all the children there were so excited to look at what they were bringing onto the stage, and they brought this wonderful physical model of Loktak Lake from Manipur. And I was so happy that I sat through that presentation, because they went on to talk about what Loktak was, what Loktak is, and what Loktak meant to them. And it was so beautifully explained by them. You can see the models that they made. These were actually, they made sure that the boats hung above there, and a small breeze when they blew at the boat, and the boat would just shift through the waters, there. And it was so beautifully done. And they said that we designed this. They used the term design. We designed this in the last 3 months. It is so beautifully done, and this you see is one of the pictures of the beautiful Lake Loktak. And for those of you who have been here, you can actually look at one big speciality that is there. It's the freshwater lake, and there are floating islands in there which are called Humanities. And Lamsingba and Galileo said, this is what makes Loktak special. And they were actually talking about what makes an ecosystem, and they didn't stop there. What they did, they had this whole model and they removed the underpart of it. They inserted a small box underneath, and then one of them takes a bottle full of dirty wastewater and pours it into that model that you saw earlier. I was really gasping, looking at what's going to happen to this model. But what happened, there was a pipe that led to another beaker, and the water that came out of it was pure, looked good. And straight away they said, you could drink it. And this is what they were showcasing there as the power of this ecosystem that could filter the wastes, the pollutant, all that went into it. and still give something that was beautiful and pure. And this, I think, is one of the best learning experience I've had, and I consider them my new age teachers who have shown what it means to look at an ecosystem, to live with it, and to experience what it can bring to us. So moving on, I did a little bit of research coming from the environmental field. It was very interesting that I saw a parallel to them in what we call as sponge cities. And sponge cities are something, a good phenomenon that has taken the world over, and people are thinking about how we can integrate that into the design of the cityscapes that we are building today. And this actually is one of the pictures of from USA, and you can see that is a very big, good urban space. We do have greenery, it's well designed, but then this is one place which floods regularly, okay? And the problem that we are ending up in cities today is of increasing the imperviousness of the surfaces we live in, and this has started to impact our lives very, very deeply. And being in Bangalore and experiencing these floods is something that we can relate to very easily. And if you see, more than 3% of watersheds are even 25 to 100% covered with impervious surface area in parts of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Andhra. And our own research shows Bangalore area lakes can have anywhere around 47 to 86% of this impervious spaces around them, which actually begs to look at the multitude and the magnitude of imperviousness by design that we have brought to the city. And where are we left leaving that with? If we can spot the differences, there's on one side the ecosystem which is able to be resilient to these floods, able to filter it, able to give something pure at the end of it, and we end up with another portion where we really can't make sense of where we have failed. So looking at, it's not like we don't have technology. A lot of other speakers have beautifully shown how technology can transform, change, and commented upon how we can use it as well. And we do have this realization here in Bangalore about the type of infrastructures we are building. Again, by design. We know that we can build blue infrastructures, green infrastructures. Among the grey that we see, the buildings, the constructed area, which actually lead to these impervious surfaces, we are aware of them. But addressing these issues asks us to look at another perspective of design, the one that we call as nature-based solutions. And working in this field from an academic researcher point of view, I feel that the blue in blue-green infrastructures is very, very less. And that is where we have to address how we are building our nature-based solutions. Nature-based solutions are infrastructure which are mostly nature-like or based on nature, which provide multiple benefits and co-benefits to the people experiencing and using them. So moving on, we also know, and I think a lot of other interesting speakers have spoken about the intimate connection between human and nature. And I was very, very happy, for example, to see this beautiful green patch here as soon as I came in, that caught my eye. But there are actually, affordances and constraints we have to realize as people, which give us opportunities, but there are also barriers where we cannot transcend to the space that we want to make for ourselves. And this is actually influencing very, very important sectors of our lives, like health, for example. The convergence with the matter, mind, the physical and the social is very, very important aspect for us to think about. And balancing the internal sustainability in any space with the external sustainability that is at large is what is going to make any NBS become mainstream. By mainstream, I mean become part of our daily lives itself. And for example, there are spaces within India where this has been tried. Hyderabad seems to be a very favorite with everyone here, so I'm sure that looking at this example, we can also relate to another aspect of it. This is from Hyderabad, and you can see that there are rain gardens which have been created there. I would like to see more rain gardens in Bangalore actually. And if you see, they actually help soak 30% more water than the typical grass. So it's not not just flood nuisance that we are going to think about. If we are going to have these blue-green infrastructure in place, we are also going to think about creating the water assets that we need to get through the dry summer times, the times when we fall short of water. And this is something that's very, very important from an economic consideration as well. From MAHE's perspective, there are different types of blue-green infrastructure also we could think about, and this was taken very early in 2022 when the campus was just getting built, and we did have this consciousness about how important these wetland areas within MAHE campus would be. And that's one big example that we can take. Another example are creating permeable spaces through pavement systems that we see proliferating all the around Bangalore city basically. But the interconnectivity is what is missing. And that permeability actually makes us look at thoughts and actions in a more wider lens, but also in a very finer lens when we come to plan what we want to do with the space that we have and how we want to design it. For example, which of these solutions can offer greater climate resilience? We can ask the question, should we move from one to another or do them both together? Or how do we demand what is the priority at the moment? So these are some questions which need more and more perspectives and more discussions to take it forward. And we can actually look at them in different perspectives as well. For example, we can actually use infrastructure to just collect and store water for us. Or we could look at preserving natural flows and induce recharge at regular intervals. Or we could look at those structures which will help us make a futuristic way to make seepages possible and store them for a much longer time. So these are shorter to medium to longer time solutions that we have. But what stops us from thinking is probably the experience of not having visualized this at some point, but intuitively if we see nature actually tells us what we want. And Lamzingba and Galileo very much showed this to me while I was there with them. And the sponge concept city that was introduced in China has brought down the impervious surfaces in China from 75% to less than 38% recently. And that's a big model that we have, how to develop these spaces. Not to say that we didn't have such models earlier. So contextualization, very important, and we did have a leader here, Kempagowda, who actually had envisaged how important it is for us to have the water harvesting structures in Bangalore, and this beautiful concept of having cascading chain of lakes. That actually ensured that permeability was retained over longer periods, but not right now. The millennial model, as you can see, is the flooding model that we have. And this is where we are right now. This happened in 2019 and Hulimavu Lake breached because of the excessive rains and floods. But that's an environment and social memory we don't have our attention towards much. We have forgotten what happened in 2019. It is not, even at that time it was reported that such flooding nuisances could be triggers for migrations. That could have an impact on the GDP of the city, for example. We contribute about 60% of GDP over the whole state of Karnataka. And that's something that's very important for us to think about. But we did it again and we didn't learn from it. Very recently, the Kendriya Vihar incident showed us that we hadn't paid attention yet. So the permeability comes from actually accessing policies, yes, on one front, and we have no dearth of policies. We have excellent planning. And this is an example of how addressing policies around the world and at national level. We have, for example, the Swachh Bharat mission, we have the Jal Jeevan mission, we have the Jal Shakti Abhiyan. We have all these policies addressing various facets of water management in the city. But what we again lack is that this is not just the physical infrastructure we are talking about. And this has to translate into something more and something greater so that it lasts for a longer time. And that's what I call permeability. And we are actually experimenting in our policy labs in my department about what we call as a very small permeability of thoughts, permeability of people experiment. And we want to take these such projects forward by creating actually spaces for people-friendly policies. That's very important, I think, and that's one point that we have been seeing through all the shift talks that have been happening today. Some of the projects that we have envisaged haven't yet happened, or we don't know when it will happen. But what we can do is use technology, not like this, but this is actually, I asked AI to create a representation of where we would want to put the sponge. When I asked AI, this is the first representation it came with. Then I said, I had to do a lot of more prompting, and I said, okay, let's put Loktak and Sankirtan together. And it came up with another brilliant and beautiful picture there. And I think that would work, basically. We would love to have environments like this around us. And this is very important because when I asked Lamzingwa and Galileo where they would put the sponge, they didn't hesitate and say it should be all around the lake and all around the Pundis, so that more filtration happens. Because we already have Mother Earth, which is the biggest sponge underneath us. We just have to copy that. And this realization goes a long way for me to learn about what I want to deem as thought action model of Lamzingwa and Galileo. Let's make minds permeable via thoughts. Let's make cities permeable by design. And let's make policies permeable by action. So we need people, perspectives, processes, and policies together to make this happen. Thank you so much for your attention. I'd love to take some questions.
Hello ma'am, thank you for your time. That was a lovely presentation. My name is Simar. I work on nature-based solutions for water at lake scale, apartment scale, natural sewage treatment plants that are inspired by nature's genius. And we've had some very successful stories. Since you're working in the policy space, I want to know how much of it, like our initiatives, because we have all the best practices. We know that Devar Kardus in the city are needed to behave like a sponge. We need the wetlands. A few years ago on this stage, I spoke about Gopi Lake, which is some kilometers from here. It had a sponge which was built by a friend. He removed the acacia, he removed the eucalyptus, planted native trees, and in 4 years all the water came around it. The wells got revived. And 2 years back, the government came and removed it because we went back to the Kempegoda style of tank. Right? So how much, all the policies are there. Lakes are water commons. But how much of it are initiative to actualize in the real world? How do we protect them, basically? And how do we build more of these spaces?
A very good question, and I really appreciate the kind of work that you do in this space because it's very challenging and there are very less options available to take forward what you would like to do because of how the construction projects happen around the city, and a lot of construction debris, for example, gets dumped into these lake systems that actually reduces the permeability of these systems, and you really cannot question them because everybody is sort of like hand in hand in this, in a way that they want to build spaces around these lakes. But how can policies make a change is what I have learned. We have to give it attention. We have to prioritize. Like I said, building sponge cities should be the priority at not just a city level planning, and it should integrate. There should be a policy coherence with what the national level policy making is about, and how we can. One strong way to put this forward is to look at the SDGs concept. I think that helps a lot. You want your city to perform very well, you want your state to perform very well, you have to make these changes internally. And there actually monitoring evaluation becomes very critical and follow-ups become very critical. And that's why I said we need long-term engagement with this. And the policy should allow people to have this engagement at regular intervals and make space like say, hey, you said this, it's not happening. Let's go back to the drawing board and let's do something that will help us, regain this consciousness. Maybe, academically indices might help to push this forward in some ways where the common people don't have a stage to talk to the people who govern the places. But that should not be the only way that we address this. The community awareness about it and the strength to keep going on no matter what, that actually makes the biggest difference. Thank you for asking the question.
Good evening, ma'am. Thank you. That was a really nice presentation. My name is Aisha. The question I have today is a little vague. But the thing is, with most of environmental related solutions, the thing is that I think in major policy, the environment is not looked at as a priority. It's always like fluff. It's like the extra credibility factor. It's not that there is no lack, there is lack of awareness that resources are limited, but we behave like they're not. So how do we, as a community, as a country, reach a place where we remember that the environment is top priority, not a conversation, not like something which you do once a year. How do we remember that every action of ours is related to the environment? I think it's like something which requires a massive change. But since you're in the education system, how do you think we implement this immediately?
Yeah, immediately doesn't happen. Thanks for the question though. This has been something that's actually, making us feel ineffective in whatever policy space we are occupying and planning these policies, because it's not like there's no thought process there. There's the action part that's missing there most of the times, and I really recognize with you for the upsetting scenario that we share. I think the solution probably lies in long-term capacity building, and I think people like Lamzinga and Galileo will be able to achieve it in their time, maybe not ours. Yes, fingers crossed. We just have to keep engaging with these examples. Why I say that Bangalore is one big and important socio-ecological model is because we are engaging with these questions. And there's not a lot of spaces in India where these kind of questions are talked about. It's more about, the discourse is more about development. And development is something that's very synthetic. It's looked at as a very synthetic process rather than what it should be as aligned to the nature and the nature-based way of, generating the designs of the spaces that we are. So once somebody becomes successful elsewhere, the same model is actually brought to other spaces in India. Why not capacity build ourselves, capacity build the society, capacity build schools, to take up these as very effective community projects. That's one thing that I think will make a difference. We are funded as academicians to look at these various aspects, but I think designers should also be funded. Activists should be funded, exactly. And I think schools should be funded. You have the Atal Tinkering Lab, which looks at innovation and all these other kind of, development and engineering-based solutions out there. Why can't we teach our children to integrate that into the social learning that they take forward? That's very important.
Absolutely, thank you, ma'am. One more thing I would just like to share with the audience since I've gotten the opportunity. It's that, we always go to science as if it's the teacher. It's not. I would just like to say that loudly. Science is something that tries to explain nature around us. So we kind of forget that nature is the ultimate creator and teacher. So I feel like as people, as a community, as a country, as a world, we lack trust in nature. And that's the first thing we have to get back. I think we need to remember that nature knows all about us, not the other way around. And no matter how much we try, for how many ever centuries or millennials, millennials, hopefully that is for our time, we will never be able to explain it. So we should maybe focus on less that and more like trying to learn from nature. I actually talk to trees, they talk back. I ask them what should I do, they tell me exactly what I should do. It's that simple. I don't need to conduct a 10-year experiment to find out if this tree is good for my health or not. I can just go and say, and if the tree is not good for me, if you listen to it, it will tell you to stay away. So if we can build a silence within us to listen to nature, it will take a day to change everything. So I hope everyone can take this level of message.
Thank you so much. Partnerships with nature will always succeed. Thank you.
I'd like to add, are you teaching the flow workshop? So maybe we can embody some of the nature's genius through movement in a workshop. If you want to intellectualize what nature's strategy is about, you can come to mine. We're doing biomimicry, which is nature-inspired designing. So if any of you are interested, you can sign up. Thank you.
Hello. So thank you for the great talk, Dr. Harini. And we had actually divided the day into 3 parts. One was about thinking and feeling, one was about doing, hands-on engagement with workshops, and one part was more about feeling, and which is more of the design night that we have. So right now what we will do is, after a long session of the shift talks that we have had from the noon, we will now move to the workshop. So I request everyone to join the workshops. I'll call out the names of the workshops. One is what Simmer right now announced was biomimicry for business leadership. That's happening here in this room. The QR code is also there. AI policies by Deepshika Yadav. She's there, so that will happen in the middle room here. And then we have workshop wizardry by Suman Bhaskara and Madhu Gupta. That will happen in the 3rd room, that side. Cyanotype printing, already a lot of sign-ups I think we have had now. So if anybody else wants to join, that is happening here. Design Your Paths to Flow by Flow Shala will happen here in the floor, something which we are calling as a play corner. And there's a field trip by Neil D'Souza which will be happening at the design farm, which is just 3 minutes away from this place. So raise of hands of how many ones want to join the workshops overall. We're not going into specifics. We have quite a lot. So for all the workshop conductors who wanted more participants, there you go. So what we will do is parallelly, so anybody who wants to join the field trip, I'll just announce the names who have joined from outside. Only for the field trip I'm announcing now. Snehal Power, if you were here, please meet Neil. Neil's there in the black jacket. Meet Neil outside. So yeah, so he will take you to the design farm, and the rest, everyone, let us assemble at the workshop rooms. Yeah, as I was mentioning, right now, parallelly we will also be playing some films between 5 to 6, because the film hour was planned from 6 to 7. But we were thinking about preponing the music section, because there are a lot of musicians who are lined up. It will be an extremely power-packed section in the evening. So we will start that at 6 o'clock. So while I must also mention that the Good Shop folks have been waiting outside from noon, and quite a lot of people have interacted with them. So please do explore the products which are outside. We have UV, we have Tamala, Logitech had a demo stall, so they wrapped up some time back. We have Tarun and Paul Fernandez Curious Illustration with artworks inspired from pop culture and sports. So there's lots to explore there. Cyanotype printing artworks is also here. So these are all part of the Good Shop. Please do check out and explore these. I'll explain a little about the films before we move to the film section. So there is a message that we have received, not over video, it's more of a letter to own, to Design Open Own, that has been sent by filmmaker Veeraghavan, because this explores the Virtual Bharat series. He couldn't be here today, So this is what it reads. Hello, sorry, won't be able to attend the event. Greetings to all the founders, leaders and change makers gathered here at Design Open OWN. I am Bylupalla, a filmmaker, and it's a privilege to address this inspiring audience today. One of my recent initiatives, Virtual Bharat, is a 1,000 film journey where we uncover stories from the remotest corners of India, stories that go beyond what we usually see. I like to think of it as India on a cloud, a digital museum of art, culture, music, architecture, and the incredible people and places that make this country so extraordinary. These films are like windows into the soul of Bharat, and today I'm excited to share a few of them with you. I hope they resonate with you. Here's to an event that sparks new ideas, meaningful conversations, and transformative connections. All the best. So that's a message from Bharat sir. Let us play the films and also organize ourselves into the workshops, and whoever wants to sit here and watch the movies, they can do that. At 6 o'clock sharp, we will start off with the Design Night live performances. And we have an artist all the way from UK as well, just coming here to play for you. Thank you so much.